can hear everyone, then let's go ahead and start the meeting today. This is a special meeting of the Silver State Health Insurance Exchange, which has been properly noticed for June 18th here at noon today. We're teleconferencing between Carson City and here in the office in Henderson. We do have on the agenda a little bit later today the interview for the candidates for executive director position. That will not start until 1 o'clock. But in between that time, we have some normal business that the board needs to address. And so between now and 1, we'll do that business for the board. We are working on special microphones here in Henderson today. It's a little bit different. And Mr. Roos, do you want to tell us what we need to do or not do with this system?
I think the main difference is that these are very, very sensitive microphones. So they will pick up a side conversation. They will pick up any undue noise from our pretty empty audience here. But I think that to try this, to see if we don't have to hit that button to turn those microphones on and off, if we give this a chance, I think we might like it. So
okay. I noticed on the way in, I could hear every little paper shuffle.
Oh, okay. Well, so to remind board members, when we adjourn, the microphones are still live. They're going to pick up on any conversations among board members or that. So I'll try and remind people when we adjourn that microphones are going to stay live.
Madam Chair, point of clarification. This is the Carson City location is not an official location.
Okay.
It's just for the purpose of having one witness here. So just
okay.
For the record.
Thank you, Mr. Court. Are there any other announcements before we take a roll call? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Johnstone.
Here in Henderson.
Ms. Lewis.
Here in Henderson.
Dr. Jameson.
Here in Henderson.
Ms. Kerr.
On the phone.
Dr. Ford. Mr. Wilden. Commissioner Kipper.
Here in Henderson.
Ms. Teska. Vice Chair Atkins.
Here.
Madam Chair Campbell.
Here in Henderson.
Thank you, and we have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Mr. Belcourt, before I move to public comment, then public comment will only take place here in Henderson. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Do we have public comment here in Henderson? Okay, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda then is item number 3, which is a discussion and possible action on the Division of Insurance recommendation regarding employee choice for the 2015 plan year. Commissioner Kipper, are you going to walk us through that?
I'd be glad to, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
This is the issue surrounding the aggregation of premium for the SHOP plan and choice by employees to utilize different carriers. And to kind of tee this up, we only had 2 insurers who are participating in 2014 on the SHOP, that is Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield and the Nevada Health Co-op. We received information from CMS asking if we would, what our, in our expert judgment, what we would want to do for in this small group marketplace for 2015. We had an option to request an opportunity to transition to employee choice beyond 2015, but do it in 2016. And so that we basically sent a letter. It was a recommendation only. It is our understanding that the request must come from the exchange board, but our letter stated that there has been some significant challenges in the initial rollout of the Nevada state-based exchange, and as a result of that, the state is now transitioning from our current vendor of Xerox to a supported state-based marketplace model in 2015. We've been working very diligently to ensure that the transition is successful. but that we want to make sure that we have a fully functioning exchange website in order to purchase health insurance in 2015 and 2016, and that we believe that the added burden of monitoring the employee choice program with the related premium aggregation is an activity that we believe should be deferred for an additional year so that we can work through the issues that we have been dealing with over the last several months to make sure that the primary site works well. We were also charged into this to consult with those two carriers that were in the shop marketplace, and we did solicit those comments, and essentially those comments echoed fairly closely to what I just related, that they were having some significant problems with the website and the vendor, and that they asked that the shop requirement or an employee choice requirement in the shop be deferred. So I guess the ask here would be for the board to consider deferring employee choice for 2015 through 2015 and take this up again next year, and in hopes that in 2016 that we could implement employee choice and the subsequent additional premium aggregation that goes with that for the following year.
Commissioner Kipper, would you explain to the board what the status is or what the status quo is right now versus employee choice, just so that the board knows what
We have
shop is doing right now?
essentially the employer has the ability to either select a carrier or a plan level. And the full-blown employee choice would extend that to different plans, different metal tiers, different carriers.
And that was a board choice
That was
made for 2014.
That is correct.
And so this change would say in 2015 that any given employer would only offer one carrier to their employees
Correct.
on the shop.
As a point of reference, in speaking with one of the carriers even this morning, they have in the shop plan, I believe, five employers with less than 15 employees total in the entire shop program. So they had asked that this certainly be deferred, as it is becoming extremely expensive and unwieldy for them to offer this particular product.
Do we have any questions for Commissioner Kipper? Dr.
No
Jameson?
questions, Madam Chair. I would is it appropriate to make a motion?
Yes.
Okay. I would move that we defer the employee choice for shop until 2016.
Do we have a second?
Second motion.
Okay. Is there any discussion among board members before I call for the vote? And I'll ask Board Member Kerr, since you're on the line, do you have any questions or discussion before we take the vote?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly the best situation would be if employee choice were allowed, but I do understand the DOI's concerns, and I think that it's a good idea at this point to defer it.
Madam Chair, this is Leslie Johnstone. It may be a minor point, but I would think we'd want to not implement employee choice in 2015 and reconsider in 2016. We may not want to do it in 2016 either. So just put it on the list for reconsideration for 2016, but that might just be semantics.
Commissioner Kipper?
Madam Chair, if I could, for the record, Scott Kipper, I think that might be certainly a very prudent course of action. I think that we should continue to evaluate this as we go through the year. Certainly, I think we all have the best intention of making sure that the supported state-based marketplace is going to function, and I think that's everybody's intent. If that is the case, certainly then taking the step to put him in employee choice into the mix in 2016 would be easier. And we would fully work with both the board, with the exchange staff, with whomever that vendor is, and certainly with our carriers to make sure that we have a good enough run at this and get this set up, tested, and ready to go for open enrollment in 2015 for effective date of 1/1/16.
So I'm sorry, I have a couple questions. So how many people do we have participating? Is it 45?
I'm only talking to one of the two carriers, so I don't have full information, but of the one carrier that I spoke with, they had 5 employers and I believe less than 15 employees. No, 15.
15 total. Amongst the 5 the 5 businesses. And what impact will this have on, so let's just assume there's 25 people total between both carriers. What impact will this have on those 25 people? I'm sorry, I think I need a little bit more.
They're either in a situation where they're either the employer has selected a carrier,
right,
or selected a middle tier.
Okay.
And those things should not change.
Okay.
But the effort and the challenge of maintaining that or expanding that to go to a full-blown employee choice for 2015, where there is the premium aggregation, is going to be certainly a significant challenge.
Thank you.
I think there's been a suggestion to modify the motion. I need to know if the person who presented the motion and seconded it is willing to modify it.
Yes, I would like to. This is Dr. Florence Jameson for the record. I would like to modify that so that it would say that I move that we defer employee choice for SHOP until for 2015 and then reevaluate it in 2016.
And who seconded the motion?
I seconded the motion, and I think what you're saying is reevaluated for implementation in 2016.
We're planning in 2016.
Yeah.
Do you concur with the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion after the amendment's been accepted? Okay, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I think you said aye. All right, motion passes
I
then.
did say aye.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kerr.
Madam Chair, if I might add, the Division of Insurance will have to work with exchange staff in developing a letter for your signature to the CMS administrator.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing the issue to us. We appreciate it. All right, have we covered everything that we need to for Division of Insurance? Okay. All right, moving on to agenda item number 4, discussion and possible action defining the procurement process for a transfer system per the board's approved motion on May 20th, 2014. And this is the extension of the conversation and discussion that we had at our board meeting last week. Staff needs to have some direction from the board as to whether or not the board wants staff to stay strictly with a formal RFP process and looking at a potential new vendor for plan year 2016, or if the board will allow staff to work with the purchasing department, and Mr. Greg Smith is with us in Carson City, and going through some more, what I would term more lenient processes so that the board and staff could move more quickly within a shorter time frame and looking at a new vendor. And I'm not sure who on staff is going to take the lead on this discussion, or if Mr. Smith is going to do that for us.
Madam Chair, if I could start. So I think that what we heard during the last board meeting from Glenn was certainly indicative that the formal RFP process would be difficult in the timeframe that was allowed. He gave the analogy of the baby, half baked, not quite to the 9-month mark. And I think that was certainly appropriate. And we don't want to find ourselves in a position where we are rushed or that we can't think this process through as quickly or thoroughly as we can because we're trying to work quickly. We talked about the fact that with the RFP process, I put together 2 different timelines. One was to have that formal RFP out on the street by July 15th. The second timeline gave us an extra couple of weeks, so it would be August 1st. Either one of those would be very difficult to do. And it focuses more on that process than it does focus on the requirements and really thinking through what we need to do in Nevada to make sure that we're successful for that plan year 2016. So Greg brought forth 2 other possible ways of going through a procurement. And I guess one thing I just wanted to point out was that the steps or the path to getting us to what he either called doing a solicitation waiver or the joinder, if you recall, the steps to getting to either one of those are the same. We will still figure out what our requirements are. We will still go out and speak with the different companies. We will still speak with the different states that had either those vendors there or the solutions that they have working in those states. So the methodology or the contract tool that we use, whether it is the solicitation waiver or the joinder, is not really the question or doesn't need to be decided today. I think the board has an option of deciding that later. I think it's if we're going down the RFP path, we absolutely have to know that and we have to start and get that back out on the street, like I said, either July 15th or August 1st. Or if we are allowed to go down those other methods of procurement, we can start having those discussions and open it up to those different possibilities. So, and Greg is here to answer any questions. Greg, did I cover it, or did you have anything to add?
For the record, Greg Smith, State Procurement. Can you folks hear me okay? Sounds like we have some feedback. Talk through it? Okay. No, I think you did a really good job. The only thing that I would add again, and I see at least a couple new faces there, my good friend Leslie Johnstone, who's probably wondering why I never recommended some of these waivers and all the projects that her and I did together for years. And I think there's 2 critical areas: the scope of work that would be needed for the RFP and the negotiations at the end of the RFP. And in both of those 2 critical areas, those of you who may have seen this morning's Las Vegas Sun and Chief of Staff Wilden's comment that if he were king for a day in a perfect world, he would have liked to have had more implementation time the last go around. And I think what I'm suggesting here on both option B and C, if you will, the waiver or the joinder of another state's contract, are designed to get you to a vendor sooner and lengthen the amount of time you have for implementation and lessen the amount of time that you have for the procurement process. And again, it's predicated on unforeseen circumstances. That's the critical phrase that I use in my analysis here and in my professional judgment. The unforeseen circumstances certainly include, but not limited to, having to terminate Xerox, and the situation we find ourselves in and will continue to find ourselves in for the balance of this year as that contract is terminated. And also, of course, the federally mandated timelines that you folks find yourself having to work within, that we don't have the ability to say, well, we need to do an RFP, so let's just push out this implementation time frame. We have to work within that, and therefore I personally recommend either of those 2 later options that Shauna referred to.
Ms. Atkins.
So I have a couple questions. I left the last meeting, I think, still confused on the timeline, so I'd love to get some clarification. So the RFP process, whether or not we got the RFP out either July 15th or August 1st, the idea would be that we would get proposals, review them, and select a vendor, and we would have to be at the Board of Examiners by mid-December. I guess that's my first question. I have a few questions here, though.
So in the two timelines that I put together, one would put us to the Board of Examiners in November. The other put us to the Board of Examiners in December. I think one of the things that Greg pointed out during the last meeting was that in this case, I think that we also have a very good case of calling for a special Board of Examiners. So I think while I put that in the time frame, those dates are kind of mushy. I think the critical point is that the exchange has to have a negotiated cost to include in the final grant application that has to go to SSHIX no later than November 14th.
Okay. So the waiver or joinder options, can I get a little bit more clarification on what that does? Does that get us the capability to submit a grant application earlier than November 14th, but we would still be at the Board of Examiners in November or December? Can I have a little more clarification on those dates?
Sure. For the record, Shauna DeRose, I think that what the whole point of saying that we would have a longer implementation time is we could get to the Board of Examiners earlier. So if we can discuss with the vendor, narrow the field, talk about the requirements, and get this process going a little bit faster, it gives us a couple more months on the front end so that maybe we're not rushing so much on the back end before open enrollment starts October 15th of 2015. So the hope would be that we would be able to get to an earlier Board of Examiners, and then also there are additional funding opportunities prior to November 14th. That's just the last one.
Okay.
I think,
So,
let
I'm
me
sorry.
interject one thing on here because I think it'll help too. If I understood it correctly, this also gives us, the waiver option gives us longer period of time to develop that scope of work in tandem with a potential vendor rather than saying, we've got to have it ready in 30 days. And I think the recommendation from Mr. Smith was 30 days isn't long enough for you to develop a complete scope of work for a vendor and get the RFP process out.
Exactly, and it allows actually the final requirements and the final scope of work to be developed with a potential vendor. And I think that's a very important part because a vendor with the experience that we're trying to find is going to bring lessons learned into our marketplace and be able to share with us the do's and the don'ts of how to go forward. And I think that's very valuable in our particular situation.
That's absolutely.
So I think I have two more points, and I don't know if it's.
I think he was trying to address.
No, I just, that's absolutely correct. Again, remember, under the RFP scenario contemplates that you have an airtight, well-developed, fully thought out, flushed out scope of work in the document. I personally, based on everything I've heard, don't believe we're going to be able to do that. That's still okay, but what happens when you don't do that is you get a ton of questions. So now we're trying to refine the questions. We're trying to go back and forth in this open procurement process to develop our requirements just to select a vendor. The other flaw I see in the timeline, if I could, in this, is at the end, Shauna was only able to allow, which is good in many circumstances, a couple weeks for ultimately negotiating a successful contract with the successful vendor that the state chooses. And I can tell you in any IT project, that tends to be closer to 2 months than 2 weeks. And it's just 2 weeks, but given the time frames we had to work within, that's the time frame she was able to allow. So those two areas under either of the two scenarios, the joinder option, and keep in mind if we do a joinder and we decide to use another state's contract, it has to be substantially similar. We can't use the other state's contract and then radically change it. Otherwise, we don't believe that provision would work. However, under the waiver exclusion, what I'll term option B, if you will, the waiver exclusion allows us the ability to get to a successful vendor sooner, continue negotiating the scope of their ultimate contract through that period where we otherwise would be reviewing proposals, answering questions, scoring proposals, all of those things, and gives you an opportunity to bring that successful contract to the BOE, hopefully at least a couple months earlier than that November or December timeframe, thereby elongating that implementation timeframe in the early part of 2015.
So my last point right now, and I'll turn over the floor, is I think the difficulty I have with these proposals is we're exchanging one challenging timeline for another. Because what I think the current RFP process timeline, I get the difficulty of getting the scope of work and getting that out, and then selecting a vendor and having, maybe not as much time as we would like to work on it. But I think what this is going to do is force the board to make a decision before we have all of the information in front of us, which also includes how our partnership with the Federal Exchange is going. This is going to bring everything to us at a point where we're never going to see that implementation, and we are not going to have everything in front of us. So I'm kind of confused that we're trying to hurry up one end, but then now we're not going to have all the information in front of us, which is something that I know we've been talking about is so critically important, which is we want to know if the federal partnership is working, that we want that to be an option to go forward.
Dr. Jamison?
Lynn Atkins brings up where we left off on our last board meeting, which is where I thought we were going to start, but the review was good. And that is, initially we were told the importance of the RFP process to really do the best job possible. And that the reason it was so onerous is that we would undoubtedly, at the end of it, come up with the very best person. And Ms. Atkins discussed, she wasn't sure if maybe it wasn't such a bad idea that we take that time, because really, maybe we're being in a hurry when we shouldn't be in a hurry. And I thought that was what we were going to discuss first and foremost, is do we need to be in a hurry, or can we space this out and do that process, or whichever process, but what is the hurry?
The hurry is November 15th.
Right.
November 14th, we have to apply to the federal government for funding for a potential new vendor. If we haven't gone through a process that ends up with a bid at the tail end of it, we miss that window. If we miss that window, anything we do in the future has to come out of per member per month fees, or the legislature has to allow general fund dollars, which at this point in time, that is a no answer.
So I would also point out that no matter which path that the board chooses to go down, whether it's the RFP path or the alternative procurement, we will not have the luxury, I'll call it, of utilizing the healthcare.gov or the SSBM before and make that part of our determination of whether or not to go with a new vendor, because we don't start utilizing that until November 15th. So either way, we have to make a decision here in Nevada based on not ever having used those services. And that I see your struggle there, but I think that no matter which path you go, that you're going to have that same struggle.
I have a question on this. I mean, if we go through that process, we've got a bid, you go to CMS for approval, we go on to BOE, but we say to the new vendor, we do not want you to start until January 2015 because we want to assess the functionality of the federal supported system before we pull the trigger on you. We've got everything ready to go, but we're going to wait till January to pull the trigger.
I think that we are then kind of defeating the purpose of trying to gather that additional implementation time if we are automatically saying we're going to wait and learn what we can learn in that 45 days. Going through this process and trying to get to BOE earlier, again, the luxury of being able to enjoy what's happening with healthcare.gov before we make that decision, if we put it off till January 15th, that gives that vendor a shorter time frame. Now, one of the things that I think we could do is that we could include certain milestones in the vendor's contract, phased approach, if you will, so that the board could kind of pull the trigger. I would hesitate only in that if you say, we want you to do this piece of work, and we're going to let you know on January 15th if we want you to continue, because that is not a guarantee of work, that is not a guarantee of anything. It could force that price factor to go up, because you're asking a vendor to ramp up and bring in a lot of people to do this job with no guarantee that it would continue on past 45 days. So I think there's ways to bring it in, and there's ways to talk to the different vendors about it, but I think that there are risks and there are rewards no matter which way you go.
Also, at the end of the day, if you go through this special procurement and the pricing comes in at a point that the board is not comfortable, we don't have to move forward either.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And as you know, every state of Nevada contract has a defunding clause. So if we went to Board of Examiners and we had the funding, say, to start a contract, and we did not get the funding from SSHIX to finish out that contract would have the clause in it that we would stop all services immediately at that point, that we know from SSHIX that they would not fund it, or they felt that it was unreasonable. So I think the board has that opportunity, and I think that SSHIX has that opportunity, and there again are more ways to stop those services.
Ms. Kerr, do you have any questions or comments? I don't want to ignore you because you're on the phone. Sometimes I forget you're there.
Thank you. Here's what I think. In a perfect world, we would go through the RFP process, but it's not a perfect world. And the situation where we're in is, I think we should have our options open. It would seem to me that if we were going to look at either the waiver or the joinder provision, the one which makes the most sense is the waiver provision. Certainly it's not the informal RFP process, but there are built-in safeguards, as we discussed last time, and it gives us the most flexibility going forward. And then finally, we've gone through an formal RFP process, and we ended up with Xerox. And to assume that just because you go through a formal RFP process, you're going to end up with, the greatest work product is probably a faulty proposition, or certainly not a guarantee. So no matter what we do going forward, there are no guarantees. But if we give ourselves the most flexibility going forward, I think that puts us in the best of all worlds. So those are my thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
Well, my thoughts are similar. And earlier I was going to comment about the November 14th date. I think that we were told that's the last day that we know of at this time that we would be eligible to get the funds to cover the cost of doing this. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, I guess. I'd have to look at, our decision in terms of whether or not we are just going to take the chance that the federal program is going to work for us, are going to go with the waiver process and attempt to get on board with the thought that we may have to end the relationship of vendor to, develop a program for us that is for Nevada.
Ms. Johnstone? Can you make sure everybody has questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm still kind of processing all this. I missed last week's meeting, but I did have a good conversation with Mr. Fisher this morning. My initial question is to Mr. Smith, and hello, Mr. Smith, nice to see you. Is it critical that the board direct one of these options or the other, or can that be left to you and the staff to decide based upon what you find out, which technical approach is better to go?
Great question. I think actually that might be better directed to the your staff attorney there. My understanding was when we were here last week, there was a motion that was approved by the board a month ago at your meeting a month ago that said wants staff to work with to draft an RFP and go through the RFP process. And what Shauna had talked to me about was trying to ascertain whether or not the board meant RFP, we want you to do an RFP or nothing else, or if the board approved it in the generic sense of saying, do the procurement process, whatever you need to do to get something going. And I think that was the discussion that we were hoping to get some clarification on today.
So just to be clear, my question was whether or not the waiver or the jointer was important that you get that distinction from the board, or if that can be made administratively.
So I think
Yes.
from my previous discussion, the path to get to either the jointer or the waiver is the same path, and it
Correct.
does not have to be made that decision today unless the board so desire to make that decision today.
That's right.
I think we can go down the path and then see which one best fits. If we go down that path where we can't find a system that is substantially similar to Nevada, it kind of leaves out the jointer provision. We can't go that path, and we would kind of be forced into the waiver at that point, because that would be the best methodology of getting a contract in place. So,
Okay, thank you. And my only comment is that given where we are, I definitely like the idea of being able to get out there and talk to the customers that have used these vendors before in such an open manner, because you're limited on that a little bit when you go through the RFP process. And I think it would be invaluable to hear straight from the customer's mouth how things went, what they would do differently. And I think we can make an educated decision about one vendor versus another. Of course, talking to the vendors as well, but the additional ability to talk to those existing customers, I think, is very valuable. So I would definitely lean towards taking advantage of these options.
I think one more thing in addition was that Ms. Johnstone, you in a previous board meeting had said that you felt it would be very valuable to be able to do site visits. And the RFP process did not have any time in it to allow for any kind of a site visit. And I believe that this process would give us that flexibility to be able to go do that as well. And I know that was important to you.
It was. I think you learned so much on those site visits that, we've done one exchange, and each exchange stand on its own, so there's lots to be learned. And I'm sure that purchasing and the Attorney General's office would keep us on the straight and narrow to make sure that however we went through this waiver or jointer process, we wouldn't be, it would be a fair and open process.
Any other questions or comments?
I have two more questions. If we went down either the joinder or waiver process, when is it that staff's suggesting that a selection by the board would be made?
Oh, now you're trying to pinpoint us.
Well,
So because I have not put together any kind of timeline for that, I'm sorry.
no, I mean of the vendor.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
So I haven't put together the path where we have a very structured timeline process in Nevada, so I was able to put together a timeline. And I knew when we would end up at the Board of Examiners meeting. So because this is a little bit more open and flexible, staff would work with Purchasing Division, would work with Kimberly and Greg there and Colleen to write down this new timeline, write down all the processes that we would do, include the site visits and things like that. Once and at the hopefully the July board meeting, we would be able to bring you back then a timeline.
And so I guess again, I want as much clarification as we can get on this. It sounds to me though like staff and has kind of, if the board will approve, staff is kind of not going to go down the RFP path. Is that not true? If we come back in July and we decide there's no state that we can do a joinder, and we also decide, because I think we're going to need some legal analysis about whether or not the state is going to do the waiver for the emergency, whether or not having a failed vendor falls under that description, are we able to still do the RFP process? Will you guys be ready to do the RFP process in July if we decide that we can't go down either the waiver or the joinder?
So I think, and Greg, jump in here, the decision on whether or not to go down the waiver process is not dependent upon the termination of the Xerox contract. The way that Greg, as administrator of the purchasing division, has the flexibility to say that these are unforeseen circumstances, that we find ourselves in this position, and therefore he is the one that makes that decision on whether or not it is an appropriate time or circumstance to to do a solicitation waiver.
So that's solely in his decision. The Board of Examiners
Yes.
does not look at it. So we are getting information that, yes, this is an unforeseen circumstance and we can move forward that path.
Let me, if I could interject here real quick. It is solely in the regulation and in statute is my decision. However, ultimately, it is the Board of Examiners' ability to either agree with it or not in approving the contract. What I've done to that end is I've forwarded my recommendations on what I'm proposing to you folks to my boss, Julia Teska, and asked her to be sure that the governor's office concurs with that direction or not, because I don't want it to get to that far and then find out the Board of Examiners was uncomfortable with my assertion of that. I don't believe that's going to be a problem. We do waivers probably 8 to 10 times a month on any Board of Examiners, certainly nothing of this high profile, but 8 to 10 out of any 80 or 90 contracts on a Board of Examiners agenda have that waiver exclusion. It's done quite frequently.
Okay. And thank you. And then my follow-up question is, I think the other piece that I'm missing is what the RFP process does is it allows vendors to decide to submit a proposal. This process, is that the same, or do we decide who we want to have discussions with?
So we
Shauna,
would initiate that contract. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Greg.
Well, what the waiver does is the waiver basically suspends all of the requirements in NRS Chapter 333, which are the purchasing requirements. It says this contract is not adaptive to competitive selection per that process. So basically it sets all of that on the side, but it does contemplate that we attempt to use as much out of there as we can given the practicality of the timeline and the situation we find ourselves in. And that's where Shauna is trying to allude to. They would still work with us. We would still kind of bless, if you will, various processes and interviews and site visits and all those things, but we can do it on a much compressed time frame, provide as much transparency as we possibly can. I guess in a way, you always hear the phrase, boy, it would be nice if government could act more like a business. And in this case, this exclusion, I think, allows us to try to act more business-like and less bureaucratic-like and focus more time on the successful vendor and less time on the process of how we got to one.
We need to move this discussion. We've got about 7 minutes before we need to start the interview process, and I want to make sure we get a few-minute break in here. Do we have any other questions?
Just to follow up on Ms. Atkins, I think her concern was with the RFP, anyone could submit, and on this process, we're more likely to look and select the ones we're interested. Will other people be able to submit?
I'll probably need Shauna to speak specifically, but my understanding was if we did an RFP, we were only going to we can limit it. We were only going to limit it to those vendors who can successfully demonstrate that they've stood up an exchange in another state. What the criteria for that benchmark of how that was going to be done, I'm not aware of, but it wasn't going to be open to anybody and their brother. We were going to choke it down. We would probably or almost certainly do a similar type of notice under this abbreviated process, I guess. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
What is the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion. This is Leslie Johnstone. I would move that we authorize staff to move forward with the most effective and fair procurement process under either the waiver or the joinder process to identify a replacement vendor to recommend to the board.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Marie Kerr, second.
All right, so we have a second and a third on it. Thank you both. All right, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Why don't we take a 3 or 4 minute break here.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate your assistance again. And before we get started on the interview process, when we come back in the room at 1, I'm going to ask Ms. Easton to come back in and review the process with us one more time so that everyone understands what we're going to be doing when we start interviewing the first applicant. Let's take about a 5-minute break here. Remember that the microphones are still live. And we'll see you back here about 1 o'clock.
Great staff.
I think my nose started running when I moved it.
All right. Well, that 5 minutes took 10, didn't it? All right. Let's go back on the record, please. And Ms. Easton, do you want to come forward and give us a recap of the process that we're going to go through here today?
Absolutely. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Leanne Easton, HR Director for the state. I'm here today to help facilitate the public interview process for the position of Executive Director for the Silver State Health Insurance Exchange. And I will go ahead and remind the board of the process that I discussed at the last board meeting. So we have 3 candidates, Mr. Bruce Gilbert from Addison, Texas.
And an advisory committee of 24, chosen from brokers and union officials, school principals and district staff, hospital representatives, academics. You really have to be able to understand and synthesize all of those viewpoints, if you will, in order to successfully move the project forward and be successful.
Thank you. Could you describe your leadership style? Please give us a specific examples of how you have used this style to change organizational culture, build successful teams, resolve serious, long-standing conflicts.
Okay, yes, thank you. My style is primarily collegial. I don't think that you have to be the lead dog and pull everybody along. The best thing that you can do is take advantage of the talents and abilities of those around you. I've often said that the smartest person in the room is the person who understands what he or she doesn't know, where the gaps in the knowledge are. No one knows everything, and no one is able to do everything. And it's by understanding and taking advantage and leveraging the talents of those around you that ultimately you succeed as a whole. I am, for better or worse, a pragmatist. I understand what's possible, and I understand what's not. Generally, that stands me in good stead. It doesn't always, but it usually does. You know, I always think about the old adage, you eat a whale one bite at a time. And that's what pragmatism in terms of this type of an organization is all about. It's understanding the strictures you are within, it's understanding the opportunities that you have, and it's taking advantage of those. It's not setting impossible goals. It's not a lot of things, but what it is understanding your resources, what you have, and where you need to go and finding a way to get there. Let's talk for a minute about finding a way to get there. There's not any enterprise, there's not any business that has not at one time or another found itself face to face with what I call a must do. That is, we must get from here to there. And I'm always reminded of the story of Hannibal, the famous Carthaginian general, who told his generals when he was attacking Rome, we're going to go across the Alps. And his generals, of course, said, well, we can't do that. The elephants won't make it. The people won't make it. We simply can't do it. And basically what Hannibal said was, you don't have a choice. It simply has to get done, and you have to find a way to do it. And that's true in any organization. There will be times and there will be problems and there will be issues that come up where things appear to be at a standstill. Or things simply aren't easy, but things are never easy. And the bottom line is you have to be the type of a leader that can go to the people around you and say, look, we've got to take the elephants across the Alps. I've done it in more than one situation. I've worked with a variety of groups where we've had to face those types of issues. And generally speaking, it turns out well. In terms of problem solving, I tend to think of myself as creative, but I'm also not afraid to carry a difficult message. And the thing that stands out in my mind is when I was the benefits administrator for the state of Ohio, we were going through some terrible budgetary times. And the director of the Division of Administrative Services, my boss, came to me and said, you need to go to the health plans and tell them they're taking a 15% haircut. Everybody is. That's just what it is. I'm not talking about claims dollars. I'm talking about administrative costs. And it was my job on a very short leash and in a very short period of time to reach out to our partners. And they were partners. I don't like to think of people as vendors. But to go to them with a very unpleasant message and be able to explain, here's what it is, here's what we have to do, here's why we have to do it, here's how we will both benefit when this process has ended. And I found that if you treat people fairly, if you're honest with them, if you're straightforward, if you don't try and hide the truth, and one of the good things or maybe bad things about me is I tend to be fairly blunt. I won't necessarily dress things up if they don't deserve to be dressed up. But then my theory is that the people who work with me, they need to understand what I think we're doing and where I think we are. So there's a situation where I solved a problem. We were ultimately able to get all of our partners to move backward, to cut their fees by 15%, and to get done what needed to get done. You know, and that's really what it's all about. It's getting done what needs to get done. It's understanding the process, it's understanding the personnel, and it's understanding the goal. And Hugh Coyle used to tell me my job was to move the sticks. And that's what I do. And I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gilbert.
All right, we'll ask Member or Vice Chair Lynn Atkins to ask a series of questions.
Thank you. Mr. Gilbert, this job is going to involve a lot of pressure from stakeholders, which would include brokers, insurance carriers, legislators, consumers, small businesses, just to name a few. How are you going to balance these competing forces?
Boy, is that a nice, easy question. Thank you so much. The fact of the matter is the best you can do is the best you can do. You need to have an open door and you need to listen to everybody. You have to be honest with everybody. And there are times you have to say no to people. The fact of the matter is everyone has an agenda. Whether it's the consumers, whether it's the carriers, whether it's the broker community. And they all have to be respected. Every single one of them. No one should ever feel like when they come to you, your door is closed. You're not going to listen to what they have to say, or you're not going to take what they say seriously, because clearly you have to do that. However, it's impossible for everyone to have everything. And I think that, based on my experience in Ohio, generally speaking, each of the spokesmen for those particular communities understand that. Nobody expects to get 100% of what they want. But what they do expect is to be treated fairly, is to be treated honestly, and is to be respected when they come to discuss their concerns. Their concerns have to be taken seriously. And I think that it's as much an atmosphere as it is an action. Everybody has to understand your door is open and that you are more than willing to work with them, to try and find a solution, try and find a compromise, try and find a way to meet what are their core and basic concerns.
Thank you. The exchange is heavily dependent on good working relationships with many other state agencies, both elected and administrative. The exchange is also responsible to the state of Nevada for proper fiscal management. Can you describe your knowledge and capabilities of getting business conducted within a governmental environment and describe your budget management experience?
Yes, thank you. Basically, that would involve my time in Ohio. First, as executive director of the School Employees Healthcare Board, where I had a budget initially of $1.8 million, and then ultimately as the benefits administrator for the state of Ohio, where my spending was roughly $500 million in terms of benefits and what have you. Our internal budget was about $3.5 or $4 million. I'm used to dealing with other state officials. I'm used to interacting with them. This is kind of like the SSHIX position where you're part of it. You're part of the administration. You're part of the state, and yet you're a little bit different. You're sort of a hybrid organization, but obviously the ability to have relationships, the ability to build bridges, the ability to work closely with those in the state government and those in other states. All are important. I've never found that to be a particular issue. I was very lucky, perhaps, when I was in Ohio, where I didn't have any problems with any of my colleagues, and I certainly enjoyed working with them. And that goes from the governor's office to our offsite personnel. I also worked with some folks in other states. One of the things that I did was a study on what the impact would be of raising the age of covered dependents before the Affordable Care Act took effect, and we're talking about doing that in Ohio. And so I contacted. There were 19 states that had that kind of a non-restriction, if you will, in place, and my staff and I worked with them to try and gain information and provide information to the governor's office. It's really a fairly straightforward process. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could describe for us any legislative experience you have and also media experience, and include both positive and negative experiences and how you handled them.
Sure. In terms of legislative experiences, well, with the state of Ohio, I worked with the Legislative Service Center. When I got there as the executive director of the School Employees Healthcare Board, one of the things they did not tell me was that I would have to write the law. We worked through the best practices that were to be adopted by all of the school districts in the state and applied to their health plans. But my expectation initially was that somebody else who was knowledgeable would actually take the time to write the legislation and craft the actual law. That was not the case. I ended up having to take a class and working with the Legislative Service Bureau and actually drafted the initial set of regulations that implemented the best practices that were adopted by the board. As far as media, I was the face of the SSHIX. I also dealt with the media as the benefits administrator of the state of Maryland. By and large, my experience with the media has actually been very good. I understand they have a job to do. They understand I have a job to do. They can ask pointed questions. They can be difficult. They get paid to do that. My job is to answer their questions to the best of my ability, and I think that generally speaking, almost like we were talking about before, as long as you interact with them honestly, straightforwardly, I really never had any bad press. I was maybe blessed in that regard because it wasn't an easy thing to do. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not uncomfortable in front of the media. I don't mind working with them. I recognize that they have their agenda just as you have yours. And sometimes it gets a little bumpy in between there, but that's part of the job.
Thank you.
All right, member Leslie Johnstone.
Thank you. Mr. Gilbert, can you describe your experience in implementing major information technology systems and include your role and responsibility in those projects?
Okay, I think what you asked me was what have I done in terms of healthcare technology projects? Did I get that right? It was very difficult to hear. Did
Or
I get that
generally
question correct?
information technology systems.
Okay. Let me start with a disclaimer. I'm not an IT guy. I've never been an IT guy. I've generally worked with some great IT people. My experience with information technology has always been on the project manager or management side, where I don't write code and I didn't do any of the things that created the software, but I made sure that our timelines were met and I made sure that that the system operated properly. While with Verity National, our largest client, one of our largest clients, was an insurance company that offered occupational accident coverage in the state of Texas, which you can do instead of offering workers' compensation. We managed their program in its totality. We issued the policies. We provided the customer service. We handled the claims. And we actually ported over 10 years of data into their new system. We worked with them to choose the system. We worked to have the system customized to their needs. And we actually ported 10 years of data over, which was no small feat. It requires patience. It requires an understanding. It requires that you pay attention to timelines and you work with people who really understand the product. And my job has always been to sort of marshal, again, I move the chains. My job has been to marshal it through and to make things happen and to make sure that I understand what's going on, what the bumps in the road might be. Find a way over those bumps in the road, make sure all the testing is done, make sure that when we're ready to flip the switch and go live, that we are in fact ready to flip the switch and go live. And that's my background as far as health information systems.
Thank you. Can you talk about the most difficult experience you've had with the system implementation and include what your role was and how you handled it as well as the outcome?
Yeah, well, in the third-party administrator world, we had a number of companies that we acquired, and part of my job was to move them from their system onto our system, and sometimes it was kind of easy because they had some fairly sophisticated software, but some of the places that we bought were kind of mom and pop shops, and so the idea of porting data out or being able to pull out what they had and move it transparently into our system and make sure that it worked properly without any drop off. That's the type of challenge that I had. We really didn't have a lot of difficulty, a tremendous amount of difficulty doing that. It was pretty straightforward. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work that's what I learned. It takes a lot of work on the front end. You really have to nail everything down. You really have to have everything the way that it has to be in order for the system to be able to, first of all, bring the information out and for the receiving system to accept the information as provided. And there has to be data quality checking endlessly. I mean, just ceaselessly. Not every single piece of data that goes in, but certainly with respect to at least random audits to make sure, and then running through programs to make certain that the information that's been brought over is consistent, is exactly what it should be, and that there aren't errors that are hanging out there. To be fair, it never goes perfectly. Not even under the best of circumstances. There's always some breakage. That happens. But it's dialing that down. It's pushing it down. It's making sure that you're able to move as much as you can with as little breakage as possible. That makes it successful or not successful.
Thank you. The next question is, how do you see your role in managing the exchange's vendors, and what would be your approach to problem escalation?
Okay. Let's actually deal with the second part of that question first, if I may, which deals with problem escalation. One of the things that I've always insisted on in any organization that I've had the opportunity to head is customer service is key. And it doesn't matter whether you're talking about the consumer in this case, the broker community, whoever it may be. The fact of the matter is everybody is your customer. You have to recognize that and understand that. Problem escalation ultimately, whoever sits in the executive director chair, it's their job to make sure it gets done. If it gets done at a lower level, that's fabulous. If it doesn't get done at a lower level, then it's that person's responsibility to make sure it's resolved one way or another. There are things you can do, there are things that you can't do. And as long as everybody understands that, and as long as you approach it in a straightforward manner, generally speaking, it's not an issue. And if people believe that they have your ear, and if people believe that you want to resolve their problems, it makes life much simpler for you. The first part of the question, I'm sorry, take me back to that because I didn't write it down. May I have it again, please?
Yes, how do you see your role in managing the exchange's vendors?
Okay. I have quite a bit of experience in managing vendors, both with respect to the TPA world and then, of course, with the state. My expectation is that ultimately the executive director should be the person who specifically manages those relationships. When I say manages those relationships, I'm not talking about day to day. I'm talking about reaching consensus on how things should get done. I'm talking about making sure that things proceed the way that they're supposed to proceed. I'm talking about a very high-level management rather than the day-to-day management. There are any number of people who can handle the day-to-day management of vendors and interact with them. But when it comes, just as it did in Ohio, to going to them and saying, look, we're going to have to change this. We have to move from here to there. We have to do this rather than that. That's the executive director's job.
Thank you. And then my last question is, given Nevada's current situation with moving towards a supported state-based exchange for 2015, while managing the 2014 enrollment under the existing system, what would be your priorities for the first 90 days on the job?
You have open enrollment coming pretty darn fast, and you got to be prepared to do something about it. My expectation is that what we would do is that we would prioritize those projects that are currently in production that will allow you to attend to and be more successful when it comes to your open enrollment process than was the case in 2014. Unfortunately, I'm not a man with answers at this point when it comes to that. I'm a man with questions because I don't know what's been done to this point. I don't know where you are in terms of that process. I know in my heart that you've been working ceaselessly on it. I mean, that's what the board has done. I've followed you in the newspapers, and I've watched what's happened, both at the 2014 open enrollment and the steps that have been taken to move forward. But the bottom line is, you got like 90 or 120 days, guys. I mean, that's what you got for open enrollment. So the bottom line is, you got to grab it by the throat now. You literally just got to grab it now. Now, if you're going to ask me, what does that mean? I don't know what you've done, so I don't know. But what I will tell you is this. Every spare minute of the day, not every spare minute, every minute of the day needs to be spent getting ready for that open enrollment in 2015. Every minute.
Thank you.
All right, now we have a few questions from Commissioner Kipper.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilbert. I really do appreciate your interest in the position. A couple of questions on insurance background. One is, the first is, what is your specific experience in the field of individual and small business health insurance? And describe your working knowledge of insurance rating principles, that is, items like adverse selection, community rating, risk adjustments, and so forth.
With apologies, I really heard only the last few words about vendor selection and community rating, but I did not hear the remainder of that question. It was very muddled. Are you guys able to help me?
Why don't we, Mr. Gilbert, let's have Commissioner Kipper repeat the question one more time for you.
Sure. My apologies. What is your specific experience in the field of individual and small business health insurance? And then describe your working knowledge of insurance rating principles, items such as adverse selection, community rating, risk adjustment, and so forth.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for repeating that. That was much better. Much better. let's talk about my experience with individual and small business health insurance. Working with third-party administrators in Texas and other states, we generally work with small businesses in terms of the self-funded options that were provided. Our average client size was probably 1,000 or 500 or so. I am very, very aware of the issues that are faced by small business in terms of health insurance. I worked for a family company where we had 35 people in it, which is a pretty darn small business. And part of my job was to go out into the market and try and find us the best possible options as far as health insurance was concerned. So I've been there as a consumer, and I've been there as a servicer, if you will. My interaction with the individual market is more limited. Only because I've always been on the group side, but I think it would be fair to say that today I'm a consumer in the individual market rather than the group market. So I must have some knowledge and experience with it at this point in time. As far as vendor selection and community rating and adverse selection, I cut my teeth at Humana, actually on the workers' compensation side, but we were an adjunct, if you will, to their underlying operations out of Louisville. Adverse selection is pretty straightforward, which is if you get too many bad people, it doesn't work. Community rating, again, is fairly straightforward. In terms of vendor selection, I've been involved in that, as I said, on the third-party administrator side, and also with regard to larger entities with the state. But I've worked with all kinds. I've worked with network representatives, and I've worked with managed care representatives, and I've worked with DME folks. I mean, I've done most of those things. I'm comfortable doing it. I think I have a pretty good sense of the market.
Thank you. The second question, implementing the Silver State Health Insurance Exchange as a new sector in the insurance marketplace is obviously a complicated endeavor. What role do you see the exchange playing in Nevada?
I think you have a couple of options, to be frank with you. My hope and expectation is that the exchange will grow to be what would be the primary access point for health insurance in the state of Nevada, whether it's group insurance or whether it's individual insurance. The fact of the matter is, there's an opportunity here. There are an awful lot of people who are not insured. There are an awful lot of people who want to be insured. And there's a large block of folks who are insured. And what you don't want to be is the market of last resort. What you want to be is a market leader. I'm reminded of the situation in Missouri in terms of workers' compensation. State of Missouri in workers' compensation started Missouri Employers Mutual, MEMIC they call it. And they got in because there was a need there. And oddly enough, they were properly capitalized. They had good rates, but good, solid, actuarially established rates. And within 3 years, they were the leader in writing workers' compensation in the state of Missouri. My expectation is that you can sort of serve as a springboard to that. I'm not saying that any particular carrier should be the main driver, but what I'm saying is that you can be seen as the solution, and you should be seen as the solution. And the primary way that Nevadans go forward and purchase their insurance.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gilbert. We have a few closing questions for you, if we might. If you are selected as the winning candidate, what is your availability on starting the position?
I would have to. I'd have to pull out of some consulting work that I'm doing. But the fact of the matter is that 15 to 30 days and probably closer to the 15 side.
All right, thank you. And then let me ask the board members if any of them have any questions regarding the information that you submitted on your resume. Yes, Ms. Johnstone.
Thank you. Mr. Gilbert, I may not have heard you correctly. I thought you referred to being the benefits administrator at the state of Maryland, and I don't see that on your resume.
I was the benefits administrator for the state of Ohio.
Okay, I thought I heard both states referenced. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, Ms. Atkins?
Thank you. On your resume, the NTA Life Business Services and also the Benefits Administrator State of Ohio, it says 2012 to 2013 for the first one and 2008 to 2009. Can you tell me, were those 1 or 2 year positions, or how long were they, and why did you leave both of those positions?
The Benefits Administrator position in Ohio, I was actually hired as the Executive Director of the School Employees Health Care Board in February of 2008. After 6 months in that position, I was requested to become the Benefits Administrator for the state of Ohio and transitioned. I wore both hats for a little while, but ultimately transitioned over to that. I remained there until July of 2009. I left in July of 2009 because it was a gubernatorial appointment, and it became exceedingly clear that there was going to be a change in administrations. With respect to NTA Life, they have a subsidiary, NTA Life Business Services Group, which I was brought in to basically resurrect from the dead. It's a moribund third-party administrator. And we spent a year specifically laying out the strategy and working on that. And ultimately, I got there in October of 2012. And ultimately, they decided that they really didn't want to operate a third-party administrator, that it wasn't a core functionality, and decided to abandon that effort and reorganize in November of 2013.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members or ex officio members? All right, Mr. Gilbert, do you have anything that you would like to disclose to the board, or any questions that you might have of the board before we conclude this interview?
No, ma'am, I don't have any questions. I do have just a very short statement. I know the board is aware of a personal situation of mine, a disagreement that has escalated to litigation, as these types of disagreements sometimes do. It's unfortunate, and it happens, and whether there's an inference to be drawn from that, I'm not going to say. The board will do what the board does. But what I can say, and what I absolutely believe, is that I think that I have the background and experience and body of work that would be necessary to successfully move the exchange forward. I would certainly appreciate the opportunity to be of help to the board and help it accomplish its very important tasks. And that's the sum and substance of my remark.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Ms. Easton, Ms. Kerr, do you have a question?
No, thank you.
I may have to repeat this, Mr. Gilbert, for you because she's on a microphone as well. So, Ms. Kerr, what's your question?
I don't have any questions for him. I just wanted to thank him for his time.
All right, thank you. Yes, and all the board members, thank you for your time today. Ms. Easton, do you have any instructions for Mr. Gilbert at this point?
Sure.
Remind him of what you would like him to do.
Hello, Mr. Gilbert. This is Leanne Easton.
Yes,
I
hey.
just wanted to let you know that we will be terminating the Skype connection. And then if you could terminate your connection and then remind you of the agreement that you signed that you will not access in any way the information to the board today until we contact you telephonically. And then we could ask you to reconnect to Skype, or we may just be on the phone with you. But we will get back to you today. Okay? I can't.
Sounds like they've,
Consideration.
all right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Athena, would you please terminate from his side? That was quick.
That was quick.
All right. Well, let's open this up for discussion among board members then about the interview today. I'll start. It's both at a state and in the private sector. I think he was quite candid about his remarks about the litigation that he's in that was in the newspaper today. I don't think he's concerned that it conflicts with his professional duties. But
I thought he interviewed really well. I thought he has a lot of experience. I liked his answers regarding how he would work with vendors and all the different stakeholders. He seems to have a wide array of experience that would probably benefit the exchange.
I believe he certainly demonstrated his knowledge, working knowledge of the insurance industry and the marketplace. I don't think we should have any concerns there at all.
all right, do we want to take a couple-minute break or head right into the next interview? What's the preference of the board? Next interview. Okay, we're doing this alphabetically.
Yes, I'll look at the next schedule.
Okay, Mr. Buss.
Stepping over the camera here, Barbara Campbell. Welcome. I'm glad you're here.
Come sit down. Before we get started, let me go over just a couple of things with you so that you know what, how we've set this interview up. First of all, welcome. Thank you for accepting the invitation. We have 12 questions for you today, and we've allocated 45 minutes for that question and answer period. Mr. Fisher is going to notify us when we get to 30 minutes, just so we know if we're keeping on track here, and he'll also notify us when we hit 45 minutes. At the conclusion of that, there'll be 2 follow-up questions. And at that time, you can, the board will have the opportunity of asking you questions about your resume and any documents that you submitted to us. The board will not be interrupting you as you answer questions. We'll hold those questions till the very end. And then lastly, if there's anything that you want to ask the board or any disclosures of information that you think would be helpful to the board, that will be the last follow-up question. And when we get to that point, we will go ahead and excuse you from the interview process. So the first set of questions will come from Dr. Florence Jamison. These questions are the exact same questions that were asked of the prior candidate and are the same questions that will be asked of the last candidate.
Okay.
Welcome. For the record, Florence Jamison. Mr. Haas, Could you please describe your qualifications for this position and why you think you would be the best candidate for this job?
Excellent question to start with. I've had a long career involved with different types of entities. Many of them are related to the insurance field. I also spent 12 years as a management consultant with Price Waterhouse. Did a lot of consulting up and down the West Coast, working with different businesses and trying to assist them in some of their technology advancements and business advancements. So a very large, broad exposure to different types of companies, different types of staff, different challenges that they had. And I learned a lot of lessons, made a few errors along the way, and picked up some good information, and brought me to a point here within Nevada. I actually came to Nevada back in 1989, specifically because the consulting firm that I was working with had won an award with the state industrial insurance system to put in a new claims application. And so I was asked to come and manage that project. So that's what brought me to Nevada. Worked on that project for several years, enjoyed that, and when it was finished, I'd been with the consulting firm for 12 years and decided I didn't really want to go back to California. And so I stayed in Nevada and had some opportunities there, including working with Bentley, Nevada for a short period of time, which if you're familiar with that organization, they're now a GE firm. And the insurance company actually came back about a year after I was working with Bentley and said, would you come and work for us and be our CIO? And so I took on that assignment with them. They were actually a state entity at the time. And then they converted over to a private sector insurance company. And I went with the private insurance company at the time. That insurance company merged with another one out of Fremont, California. And, you had two of everything at that point. So they had two CIOs, and, they elected to go with the gentleman out of California at the time. So I then took on an assignment with the then Department of DoIT, Information Technology Group. Again, working as a project manager on some large projects, and specifically became the project manager for the statewide taxation system, which Ms. Campbell was familiar with that process. I managed that for a short period of time, and then took on the role of essentially what would be a CIO role with the Department of Employment Training and Labor. All of those entities were insurance related, claims processing, in some cases it included brokers and included plans. So a lot of broad exposure to kind of what the insurance industry does for a living. I hope that answered your question. Probably long-winded, I suppose. But.
Very, very good. What would you say are the most important professional principles that you would use to conduct yourself as the executive director?
I think perhaps the most important is personal integrity. There are a lot of critical stakeholders within an insurance business from very different parts of life. You have those who maybe they're those who are receiving the benefits. You have those who are providing the benefits. Many different stakeholders, including oversight persons and entities, and you have to respond to all of those. And personal integrity, I think, is what is the key ingredient to that. But you've got to be able to, in yourself, know that you whatever position you're taking, that's the correct position that you feel needs to be taken at that point in time, and you express it that way.
Could you describe your leadership style? Please give me, us, a specific example of how you have used this style to change organizational culture build successful teams, and resolve serious long-standing conflicts.
That's
Sounds like more than one question.
sure it does. Excellent question. No, and I like that question because I think it plays to a little bit of my personality. Being somewhat of a technologist, I'm a little bit introverted. I'm not the flashy kind of person that's going to be able to give you all the right answers right at the right moment kind of thing. And so I've had to, throughout my career, I've really had to kind of build a consensus with the teams that I work with. I love to look at what is their talent, what's their expertise, what do they bring to the table, how can we expand that and increase that. And in many of these large assignments that I've had, you can always be successful or you can be a failure depending on how you work with the staff and those who are involved in a particular project. And so, making sure that they have the opportunities to use their particular expertise and sometimes expand that. You take an individual who has a lot of, maybe a lot of courage and strength and wants to go off and try something new, but they don't have the background or the training to do it. Well, you provide them with the training. And then you give them an assignment and you take them along that path and you provide them with some mentorship and you say, here you go, this is it, this is yours. I love to delegate and provide them with responsibility and, come back and perhaps get a little bit of feedback from them. How are things going? If something is not going quite the way that you hope that it would, that you perhaps give them some ideas about how they can improve and so on. Culturally, I've walked into a lot of IT shops because that's my background as a chief information officer. And a lot of times when you walk into an IT shop, there is always a culture within an IT shop. And sometimes if their culture is one of which they haven't taken on those responsibilities or they're not interested in looking at new techniques or new processes, and you go in and you start introducing them. Hey, well, why don't we consider this? Why don't we consider that? Try to get that dialogue going so that they have an opportunity to express, some of their great ideas and put those to work. Conflict, you do run into conflict, and sometimes you have situations where you're trying to introduce a new culture and someone just isn't picking that up. And sometimes you have to just look at that situation and you cut your losses and you say, that person is just not going to make the transition. And you either find another opportunity for them that fits their abilities, or you let them go or make other arrangements.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Lynn Atkins has the next set of questions for you.
Hello.
Hello.
This job is going to involve a lot of pressure from stakeholders, which would include brokers, insurance carriers, legislators, consumers, small businesses, just to name a few. How will you balance all of these competing forces?
I think that this particular role, as I've looked at it and studied some of the information on the website and circumstances, I think that's one of the most critical success factors of this position. So many different stakeholders, and each one of them has a very vested interest in how well the exchange operates. And, as I thought about this on the flight this morning, how can you be successful with that many stakeholders? Now, my background, I've been in that situation very often, working on large multi-million-dollar projects where you have lots of stakeholders. And each one of them wants to know how you're going to succeed. How are you going to get my needs met, type of thing. And in this case, you really do have some serious needs to be met there with carriers and the brokers. The brokers, they want as many transactions as you can possibly make because that's where they get their slice of the pie. Of course, the constituent, they want to be able to just get the right answers. It's painful to have to go in and log all this eligibility information. And by the way, that's similar to what I'm doing right now. How do you get all that eligibility information in a very timely, efficient manner so that the experience for that person is a good experience? because it's stressful and they have to go and enter that type of information. And then, complete that through up to the carriers and making sure that they have an opportunity to sell their plans and that the plans are processed properly. I would ask a question, and maybe this isn't the right time for a question if it isn't, but I'm kind of curious because I understand that a person can go in and obtain a qualified plan, and then you process a premium. It isn't clear to me whether you are a pass-through of that premium to the carriers or whether or not the carrier actually bills for that premium. So I was kind of curious as to how that works.
You know what, the very last closeout section, we have an opportunity
Okay.
for you to ask them.
All right, yeah, fine. I hope I answered all your questions. I'm not sure I got to all of them. But.
You did, I appreciate that, thank you. The exchange is also heavily dependent on good working relationships with other state agencies and both elected and administrative. The exchange is responsible to the state of Nevada for proper fiscal management. Can you describe your knowledge and capabilities of getting business conducted within a governmental environment and describe your budget management experience?
Well, currently I manage a budget, the IT budget within the Department of Employment, Training and Rehab. That budget is a $12 million budget roughly. In addition to that, we are currently in the process of completing our $30 million, actually, if you count the investment of the agency as well, it's a $40 million investment. So I have fiscal responsibilities for the division, if you will, the IT division, and plus this large project. So I understand the importance of making sure that you track those budgets down. An example of what happens with the budget is, in this case, for example, we actually have expenditures that occur every month, but often those don't get billed for 30 days and sometimes 60 days. And so in managing that budget, it's a real challenge on a large project, for example, because you already have the expenditure, but they haven't necessarily invoiced. And so the accounting department, they're a little bit behind of matching up to the actual number. So there's always a real challenge to make sure that you know exactly where you're at on these programs, and you know what's being spent, even before perhaps some of the accounting reports come out. I'm sorry, what were the two other questions you had there?
Describing your knowledge and capabilities of getting business conducted within a governmental environment and your budget management experience.
Yeah, so I've been within the state of Nevada now for 10 years on this second go round, if you will. Very familiar with different agencies. I did some work for the Department of Taxation, worked for Do It for a period of time. Working now with DEER, and you get to know people as having worked in the state, and you realize that you got to make those connectivities with them. Also, these large programs, there's a lot of interfacing that occurs, and we currently, as an example, we have interfaces to other agencies, probably 30 different interfaces that occur at any point in time with other agencies. So you're constantly working with them to make business work.
Thank you. Can you also describe for us any legislative or media experience you may have, and include both maybe some positive or negative experiences and how you handled them?
Yeah. Legislatively, my most exposure for that has been in testifying about the budget in particular. With this last project, I've had to go before the IFC several times to provide status information that typically is associated with the work program that would be going through, but they always want to have a status of what's happening on a large project. And so I have had that exposure. Working with the media, I'll tell you up front, has not been one of my strengths. It's not one of my exposures necessarily, because the IT guy is always behind the scenes trying to make some things happen.
If that's on, yeah.
Can you just describe how you would handle it with the media if you haven't had that exposure?
Well, I probably handle it very cautiously and very conservatively. I recognize that there are many, many factors that would occur with the exchange in particular, with the many different stakeholders. And, just looking at what happens to these exchanges and to the program, you definitely want to have some caution in sharing information and how you share it. So I tried to be as judicious in what I said and very careful about what I did.
Thank you.
Next set of questions will be asked by member Leslie Johnstone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Haas.
Good afternoon.
Can you describe your experience with implementing major IT systems and describe your role and responsibility?
Sure.
I think you've covered some of that, but
Well, I appreciate the question, and it certainly is probably where my strength is, working with IT solutions. I mean, that's what my whole career has been. I started out as a programmer and moved to a consulting agency, and we went up to Alaska, for example, and I worked on the statewide Alaska accounting system up there. I came back and did some work for the California Department of Rehab, Department of Consumerism, or Consumers. Also did some, working with other groups, the Franchise Tax Board. I did a little bit of work there as well, consulting work, all of which were IT projects. Now, the interesting thing about your circumstance and your program and the exchange is that this is why I'm excited about this role right now. And that is that when I look at what you're doing and the stakeholders that you have, this is an information-driven entity. And so it's a powerful opportunity from my perspective. Having had that experience as an IT person, but now having additional exposure over the last few years to what else goes on within state government and what happens to entities, that now you have an opportunity to really take advantage of the technology that's available, understand the data and the relationships with these stakeholders, and then to provide a solution and a response to them that I think is very possible. It's going to take some effort, it's going to take some time, but it's an exciting opportunity, and that's why I'm here.
what was the most difficult experience with the system implementation? And if you could describe your role, how you handled it, and what the outcome was.
Sure. So it gets difficult for me to probably express it really succinctly for you, because I've been on some very large projects throughout my career, and so you learn from each one of those. I can tell you that probably one of the key elements, I think, in implementing large projects is you really need to understand what those deliverables are going to be. You need to make sure that you know what the timing of those deliverables, and that it's well structured in the contract, so that you have some teeth in there, if you will, to be able to hold the vendor or vendors to their feet to the fire type of thing. Every project I've ever worked on, though, can either be a success or it can be a failure, and so there has to be a little bit of a give and take, because requirements will change on you right in the middle of your project. I mean, I'm just looking at how many changes have occurred to, the legislation that you're dealing with right in the middle of your project, and I can just see what happens is that, that drives, you've got someone out here doing a lot of IT work, and they're bringing up an application and they're making it work, and all of a sudden a big change comes in, but that change has to go in. So there are always conflicts on these projects, and it's a question of being careful not to attack it in a way that you and the vendor cannot be successful. But you got to be able to attack it in a way that you can figure out the solution to it and then make it happen.
How do you see your role in managing the exchanges, many vendors, and what would be your approach to problem escalation?
I think that you would need a good procedure in place, so that you can track the kinds of problems that will come through. And typically, you want to look at what's happening, and so they need to be prioritized, because sometimes you'll get a lot of questions that come in or difficulties that come in, and they could end up taking up a lot of your time, but they may not be the issue that really needs to be dealt with. Maybe there's something more a priority that needs to happen. So you need to vet through those kinds of problems and have a good mechanism for tracking them and who they're now. Vendors, within an IT project, we have change control logs, we have issue logs, we have risk logs, and those are methodologies that are used to, look at each little element of what's going on and determine what is the risk that's associated with this process right now. How can I mitigate it? And there are specific techniques that you can use to go through and vet those problems and look at the mitigation process. You also want to make sure that you have a good change control mechanism so that, and it's well understood up front between the parties so that when the time comes that you have to make a change, you know that this is the procedure that we're going to follow through and here's how we're going to make decisions about change. On the project that I'm currently working on as an example, within most state governments on these large projects, it's that there's going to be change. And so in this contract that we put together, which was about a $30 million contract with the vendor, we actually included a 10% contingency element to it, specifically to handle change requests and change orders. What that allowed us to do is that rather than wait to have to go to the Board of Examiners with a change in order to put more money into the project, we were able to have that as part of the contract such that when changes came up and we needed to manage those vendors, that we had that process in place to be able to quickly put together a change order, but it still fit within the contract. So we didn't lose any time or efficiency in keeping the project moving forward. I get long-winded sometimes, so this kind of goes up.
You're doing fine. Given Nevada's current situation with moving toward a supported state-based exchange for 2015 while managing the 2014 enrollments in the existing system, what would be your priorities for the first 90 days on the job?
First, let me say that I think that is one of your other biggest challenges. I mean, I've been around these projects enough to know that you're trying to pull in a solution in a very short period of time. So if you don't have a good framework in place, if there is not a good framework that's already out there that you've already kind of evaluated and you've said, this is the framework that we're going to use, you're already at risk, in my opinion, of being able to meet the dates that you're trying to meet. So I think within that first 90-day period, one of the things I'm very interested in understanding is what is the objective? What is it that we're trying to do? And what is it that we're trying to solve by trying to bring up that exchange in ourselves? Because as I understand it, we brought the exchange application up, if you will. Didn't go so well, and now we're looking at going back with the feds. But in the meantime, we still are interested as a state of having our own exchange. And I understand, I think, some of the nuances of why we want that to happen. And I think I would agree with that there's a lot more control by having that exchange ourselves. But to make it happen in the time frame, I would come in that first 90 days, I'd really want to understand, what is it that we're trying to do? What decisions have been made, what frameworks are available, what is the technology, what are the methodologies that we're using in order to get us there, and can we be successful? So within that first 90 days, certainly understand that. I also would like to really understand the staffing, across the board. What are the various staff members doing? What's their responsibilities? How will they be able to help us? And I'm not entirely sure what types of vendor support that you have or contract support. I'd be interested in understanding that. And then finally, in that 90-day period, I definitely want to understand what the board has in mind. What is it that designates success for us? And how would we achieve that collectively? So those are some of the things. The 90-day question is always a tough one. But definitely would want to get a good understanding and a plan together as to how we're going to meet the objectives of what the board had in mind.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
All right, Mr. Haas, we have two final questions from Commissioner Kipper.
Okay,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Really appreciate your interest in the position. Couple of questions about insurance specifically. What is your experience in the field of individual and small business health insurance? And describe your working knowledge of insurance rating principles such as adverse selection, community rating, risk adjustment, and so forth.
Well, I'm not sure I have the exact terminology that you're using, but I think in general I understand some of those principles. As far as the individuals, the fact that they need to come in and they're interested in looking at the plans and understanding what their premiums are going to be and co-pays and those kinds of things, and having those plans available to them so that they can make a good selection there. And I'm sorry, say the 2 points again, I'm sorry.
The first was the experience in the field of individual and small group insurance.
Yeah.
And then the other is the working knowledge that you have on insurance rating principles.
Okay, let me just hit the rating piece if I could first. Sure. In every one of these entities that I've worked with that have been insurance related, which includes the state industrial insurance system, which evolved to employers insurance company. Our current processing that we do right now with Indeeder, which is unemployment insurance. There's always an element of rating that has to occur there, and that's based on the experience that these particular employers, or in this case, it might be carriers. What is the experience that they're incurring, and how does that impact their premiums and their costs? And that rating then, depending on what the rating rules are specific to the program, would determine what they may have to pay, higher or lower than what a standard might be across, for a given program. So very familiar with the rating process. I mean, I think each one has a little bit different nuance depending on what you're doing. In this case, I'd be interested in understanding a little bit more about, where the rating is occurring and how that's happening. A lot of that comes off of, again, all that information that you have, and are we capturing and collecting the right information to be able to help with the rating process. The small businesses, I believe, is part of your question as well. And, since I've been in Nevada, my whole experience has been working with, through these different insurance companies, has been working with, the employers, the 65,000 employers that Nevada has, of which the large majority of them are small businesses. And in every insurance entity that I've worked for, it's the same group. They're paying unemployment insurance, they're paying workers' comp insurance, and now they're going to be paying, health care. And so I'm familiar with that group in the sense of knowing how they react to systems, how they react to business, and where some of their pain points might be. So I think I'm familiar with that. The small business group, I think, is an interesting one because you do have a large number of small businesses here in Nevada. So how do you provide the right kinds of plans for them without, pricing the whole thing out of the market? And, we just would have to look at making sure that things are very efficient, that the carriers are, putting quality plans together. As I understand it, the board and the, I don't know what you start on the sub-boards, have an opportunity to kind of dictate what some of the plans will include or not include. And those elements, would have to be looked at from a cost element of what kind of cost is that going to be borne and by whom? Is it going to be by the small businesses? Is it going to be by the individual because you're going to up their deductible of some sort? or if they have a copay that's associated with things. So understand the nuances of, pulling the right levers to make all of that work. Takes a lot of understanding of the data, takes a lot of understanding of the process, and hope that you have a good actuarial group.
Implementing the Silver State Health Insurance Exchange is a new sector in the insurance marketplace. Is obviously a complicated endeavor. The question is, what role do you see the exchange playing in Nevada?
I think that as I have had a chance, and by the way, I'll be very upfront, it's one of those college exam kinds of things, you're just trying to crunch everything you can to understand, and I'm looking at different elements about it, and it is very intimidating. There are thousands of rules, and yet, how can we put together a program for the state of Nevada that really does benefit our constituents, without pricing us out of the marketplace, without killing us all off. I mean, Nevada, these 65,000 employers, they just want to be successful. I think they do want to treat their employees well, and trying to find those who are uninsured and making sure that they have an opportunity to come into the system and somehow making that such that it's cost effective for us. I think those are going to be important things, and if we can figure that out, and when I say we, I think it's collective. It's not just Nevada. I think it's all of us in the United States. How do we solve this particular problem? How do we provide an environment in which people can find quality care, and at the same time, satisfy different objectives all up and down that process tree? I think is very challenging, but I'm very hopeful. I think, if anything, that what comes out of this is, we learn a lot from this, and hopefully we can be dynamic enough to change it, to be able to match the need of, what's happening around us, and providing, providing health care for those that need it, and at the same time, making it such that our employers in Nevada can be successful.
Mr. Haas, we have 2 follow-up questions.
Okay.
Or closing questions for you. If you were fortunate enough to be chosen as the candidate to be selected for the executive director's position, what would be your time frame in transitioning to the new position?
Excellent question. I appreciate the question because it is one that has been weighing on me very heavily. I'll be very upfront about that. And that's because I am heavily invested in the current project with the Department of Employment Training and Rehab. I joined that agency in 2004. I've been with them for 10 years, and during that 10-year period, everything I have done has been around this project, which included doing some upfront requirement definition in order to put the RFP together, working with state purchasing to take that out to competitive bid, selecting the vendors and going through the evaluation process, going through the negotiation process and getting the contract signed, and then bringing that contract on board and getting it started. And, we've spent the last 4 years bringing up this new application. We have a major release that's going in place at the end of July, and one more major release that's occurring at the end of the calendar year around the November timeframe. And so part of me is very torn, and I'll tell you that up front, because I have a lot invested in that. The state has a lot invested in it. I'm not entirely sure that I feel comfortable walking away from that 10-year effort, knowing that there's only 2 more steps to go to be successful. As these projects that come on board, as you well know, you fire up an application and there's a shakeout period. And every project has it. there's a shakeout period. And what, you're trying to manage that shakeout period to make sure that the problems you're having, that you can fix those in a timely manner so that the application can be successful. And so come the end of July, when we have another major release, and there's a shakeout period associated with that. And I just envision all the people that have invested their time and effort to make that a success. So it's a bit of a challenge for me. And I guess to cut to the chase, it's something I really need to kind of think through well, how I would make that transition. Now, I guess the fortunate piece is it is here in Nevada, and it's across the street kind of thing. So maybe there's an opportunity there to make something happen.
I do think the board is looking for a direct answer as to a time frame from you, and I understand that you're torn with it.
Sure. If I
you're
had
saying
to,
end of July.
If I had to choose right now, it'd be the end of July.
I'm going to find out if any board members have any questions about your resume that was submitted. Ms. Kerr, I know you're on the line still. Do you have any questions about the resume?
No, I don't have any questions about the resume. I really appreciate your insight.
And then, do you have any questions for us?
Well, just one or two, and I have thousands of questions.
I think there was one question that you asked a little bit earlier. I did not write it.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is either.
The billing went through the exchange.
Oh, yes, right. I'd be curious to know.
Yeah, we currently, the current vendor does the billing.
The vendor does the billing?
Yes, that's correct.
So when an individual or a small business provides the premium payment, the vendor is actually collecting that? And when you say vendor, are you talking about the carrier?
Zero.
Zero. Oh, I see.
Yes,
They process that payment, and then when do you remit? I assume that at some point you remit the premiums to the carriers.
That's correct.
And so I was just curious a little bit about how that happens. Is that the kind of thing that happens once a month, once a year?
That's a daily process, correct? It's what they
The
call
ACH transaction.
electronic data.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't know what your agreements are with the carriers. And the fact that the vendor is processing the premiums, but large insurance companies, it's about the information as I described before, but it's also about the dollars and the funding of that and how it flows. And there's millions of dollars that are flowing back and forth. And so understanding well what's happening there with those dollars between the exchange, and I guess at this point the vendor and the carrier, I think there's some opportunity there that maybe could be looked at.
I might add to that for plan year 2015, it'll switch over to the carriers.
Okay.
So that transition will take place, starting January 2015.
Well, the good news is that it gets you out of the billing process. So you don't have to staff up for that. One question, when you actually answered one question for me by asking me the question about, when I would be available type of thing. And I wanted to make sure that we covered that a little bit so that you understood where I was coming from there. And the one question I have remaining revolves around, the exchange is still a new process. It's a new regulation, new rules, it's evolving, and we all know that things could change very easily within a couple of years here as they go through another administration. What's the expectation at that point of the exchange? What does it potentially become if for some reason the new administration makes wholesale changes? Would it essentially go away? Is the expectation that it might in fact go away? Or is the feeling that, no, it'll probably always be around, but it may become something else? And I don't know how you want to respond to that.
Well, I might answer it saying if I had a crystal ball and could see what Congress was going to do and really act on,
Sure.
or what our legislature would do, I could probably give you better guidance on that.
Uh-huh.
All that this board can do is deal with the current legislation and the current statutes. And so keep our head down, do our job, and stay within the statutes and the federal guidelines.
Well, I think that's where I would come from as well. I mean, I think I'm good at soldiering up. Tell me what the task is. What's the need? What's responsibility? And regardless of how it's flowing out, that's the way that I work. That I'm just trying to do the job that's being explained to me. One follow-up question. I'm sorry. Has there been a thought given to perhaps looking at Nevada actually having either a managed care organization of themselves that would become part of the exchange, or is the feeling that it will always be, external carriers that will be providing the plans?
I think we made the policy decision early on that we were going to be an open market, and let the market drive what carriers came forward and their plan type.
I was just curious. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for us then? All right, thank you so much.
All right,
we really appreciate your offering that you have such an interest in the job.
Yeah, well, thank you. And good luck to you in this recruitment. I know it's not easy.
Thank you.
Sure.
Let us have we need to have our discussion and then drinking, and then I would like to just take a 2-minute break if we might, please. All right, at this point, I think part of the procedure is to discuss his interview and then to rank Mr. Gilbert and Mr. Haas. So I'll start out. I think he's certainly got a lot of IT and project management experience. I'm not sure that he is as strong in the technical aspects of insurance.
Are we talking about him now, or are we comparing?
Him, and then we'll compare it.
So, yes, I thought he brings significant IT experience and strength, and I think that would be something we need. I'm not quite sure that he brings maybe enough management experience. I think that's maybe where I was wishing maybe there was a bit more.
And I kind of got the sense that this is really an exciting project for him, but the timing's off a little bit because he went into great length about how attached he is to the current project. Maybe if this was offered to him 6 months from now, I just kind of got that sense a little bit when he was trying to explain how attached he was to the project and the deadlines and everything that was going out. So, although he did commit to end of July.
I think that's very true. I think that the one drawback is that he does have significant IT experience, and going forward, this is going to be more, once we get the IT business all worked out, this is going to be a real management job. This is going to be a leadership position.
Ms. Kerr, any comments from you?
I think that given his IT experience, he is a superior candidate to the last one we heard from. And I'm sorry, there seems to be a lot of feedback on my end. So far, to summarize, I think that the IT experience really is more helpful, and his relative lack of knowledge regarding health insurance can be remedied by simply being educated by staff, as well as mitigated by the fact that we have the assistance of DOI. So there you are. Thank you.
Sure. Yes.
Florence Jameson, for the record. I thought he did an excellent interview, and I was very impressed with the breadth of his knowledge and experience. And I would agree, I was much impressed with what he brings with his IT experience. And I was a little bit just concerned about the hesitancy on the date, but I have no doubt he has a passion for this job. So I felt he was just an excellent candidate.
This is Leslie Johnstone. I like the breadth of his project management experience, not just that it's been on the technical side, but he's been in situations dealing with a lot of different project schedules and vendor guidelines and that kind of thing. And considering where we are right now, I think that is very, very important. The lack of insurance experience is a concern, but not as much as the need I think we have for strong project management skills. And certainly most of those decisions are made with the Division of Insurance and the regulatory role that Division of Insurance plays. So that is the main reason that it's not a key role. It would have been more difficult to say that starting up the exchange, because they're needed to have a lot of that mindset at that time. And then on the interaction with individuals, the consumers, probably doesn't have as much experience in that as I would look for. But I think that because the staff has been through a full year with the exchange, they can certainly fill a lot of that role. So all that said, looking at those different components, I would put him as a stronger candidate than Mr. Gilson.
All right, I'm going to start some of this ranking so that we can see that. So you are saying that Mr. Haas is stronger than Mr. Gilbert between the two. Why don't we start with
I'd love a little bit more discussion in the comparison to help me. I'm struggling a bit between the two candidates. I think they both bring very different qualities to this, and I think both are necessary. And probably if you could combine them into one, they'd be a perfect candidate. What I liked about Mr. Gilbert was I think he had a vision for this exchange. And he wanted this exchange to be a market leader. He had a very strong vision for kind of where he sees we could be. And I think he seemed to be possibly to be a stronger manager. And again, I think I'm still struggling between what is it that we need most right now? Is it a stronger manager? Is it an IT expert? And I agree with Ms. Lewis. I'm hoping that the technology is better, but we are in a technology transition, and having this expertise would probably be good. I was also hesitant about his hesitance to pick a date, and I think it's one thing to say something in front of the board, and then I think when negotiations start taking place, and I think he said that his rollout is at the end of July, and I think he wants to be there till the rollout, and then we may start seeing August. So I'm a little uncomfortable with if we do offer him the position that the start date is going to just kind of keep getting pushed, and so. I don't, at the moment, I will obviously have to rank at the end of this discussion. At the moment, I don't think I can rank. I'm just, he really seemed to Mr. Hawes seemed to lighten up, brighten up when he was talking about his current job far more than when he was talking about the exchange job.
Well, I think that's an area of comfort. He knows that job much better than this one. And in fairness, they don't have the inside information that we do at this point either. So. I don't know. Dr. Jameson.
Well, I may not have all the experience that all of you had. I thought he had some pretty good management experience. And also when he gave the answer, what he would do in the first 90 days, it may have been some of the rhetoric stuff, but at least he had that down. I felt his answer was much clearer, what he would do in his first 90 days. I really liked his principle he showed, which was integrity. And I really liked the way he talked about his leadership style, building consensus. And I think that he, when he says that he really gets to know each individual and find out what their unique talents and gifts are and how he can best use them in the organization, I thought that was, that is the way to be a leader. And so I think management-wise, I think he could handle this project. I also, I felt he was the stronger candidate overall. I overall thought he interviewed much better. But I was really shocked at the end when it wasn't that, when can I start? Because when you're going to apply for a job, that just was like 180. He did such an impressive interview and then said, the hesitancy about starting, and that always makes me nervous. It just makes me nervous.
So, are you still going to rank him number one, or?
Well, because of his integrity, and I believe he would start at end of July. If he says he'll start at end of July, I would rank him higher, because we are still looking at our wounds from the IT experience, and I'm blown away by his IT experience.
Ms. Lewis?
Well, I was certainly impressed with his IT experience. Having worked an awful lot in my career with IT implementations, I have never seen one come in at the time. They have been identified as this is the date it's going to roll out. So I've never seen one, and I've implemented several. But maybe it will roll out in July, the end of July. I think that I felt that he certainly interviewed better. I appreciated his use of the term integrity. That was what I was looking for my first candidate. I'm not real sure. I guess if I had to rank him,
We picked good ones, yeah.
if I had to rank him, I would rank Ms. DeHaas ahead of Mr. Gilbert. But I am still concerned about his overall management experience, recognizing that he has had an awful lot of experience.
I'm gonna go, Ms. Kerr. Marie, are you there? Marie Kerr.
Yes, I'm sorry. I have to, oh boy, there we go again. I missed your last question. I'm sorry. It's sometimes hard to hear with the connection.
As to which one is the stronger of the two? Can you hear me? We're asking you to rank them.
The second candidate was far superior to the first candidate.
Okay.
Is there a concern that it offers he would accept?
Yes, I agree. Is there a concern if he was offered the position, would he accept? I think you're hearing that.
Yes, that's, I think they, or delayed start dates, saying we would start at a particular time and then it gets close to, are we?
Okay.
Oh, no, I wanna make sure I'm not saying anything.
Can I have first suggestion?
Yes, please.
Come help us hear this. For the record, Leanne Easton. You may want to bring Mr. Haas back in and just confirm with him that if offered, he would be able to start by July 30th, the end of and then there would be no extension.
And if offered, he would accept, and that he would start on July 30th, even if his other project is not rolled out.
That would be lovely. Can we do that at the end?
Yeah, you can absolutely do that at the end, once you decide who.
Oh, we have to rank first?
We should
Or you mean
do
at the
that
end,
At the end.
This is just a working discussion, right? This isn't in cement.
You can do it now or you can do it at the end, it's up to the board.
Well, if we're gonna rank these two, that's a critical way, that weighs so heavily that I feel we need to know that.
I agree.
Otherwise, it's hard to do the process as directed.
Leanne, one point then, because they're asking this question of the candidate, we didn't ask it of the first candidate, do we have to include it or?
No, this is a
Clarification point? Okay.
So they consider it a clarifying question. You want me to bring him?
You said 15 to 30 days.
Yes,
without
would you
hesitation.
bring him back?
First one, right.
Right.
$1.50.
You thought you were done with this, but we have one clarifying question
Sure,
for you. I mean, all of us heard very clearly that you're attached to a 10-year project that
Yes.
you have. And we're concerned that that July 30th is not a firm date, that it could be moving out for you if the project over at Dieter is delayed.
You better be firm.
Can you give us a clear sense that you would be on board if you were offered the job no later than July 30th?
Yeah, I think I could say that. The reason why I would need just a little bit of time is to just help in the transition period, making sure that they have the right kind of staff ready to move forward with the project. Everything that we're doing for that major release actually is going on right now. And so it's not like I have to be the one that cuts it over kind of thing, but certainly would want to make sure that they have the right levels of staffing and that they're prepared to do that. So I would make a firm commitment by that time frame.
I think does that answer everyone's question? All right, thank you.
All right. That was easy. I wanted to say one thing on recruiting, and maybe this doesn't fit into your protocol, but when I hired on with Bentley, Nevada, they sent me off to do a psychological battery test to make sure it matched up with the person that I'd be reporting to. So I just want you to know I've gone through a lot of different recruitments, but this was a little bit unusual.
And we appreciate it. Most people don't go through a public process. It's nerve-wracking.
Understood, thank you.
We appreciate your offering to come do this and your interest. All right, Liz.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'll put Mr. Hawes first. I mean, it's close to me. I'm still not completely settled on either two, but we have another candidate to interview, so I'm going to, if I need to decide who's first, I will say Mr. Hawes is first, but
You know, I'm surprised, but I think I would rank Mr. Gilbert, only because I think he did a great interview, and he's probably hamstring 30% because of the Skype. And I think he did a very good job on it. I think he has an overall background with it. I did like his vision as well. I think Mr. Hawes has a real passion for the technology side. And I agree with whoever said it. If we could clone the two of them together, I think we'd have the perfect candidate. So I always think diversity in decision-making is great. And we have the opportunity of looking at a third candidate who could ultimately a stronger candidate. So I'm just gonna put Gilbert down for me. And then you're kind of halfway between. You've got the twin syndrome.
I'm very, I like them both.
Does anybody object to a 5-minute
No,
break here?
please,
And
please.
remember that we have live microphones, please.
Well, I need someone to let me in. Shauna's gonna let me in.
You want to know?
Barbara Campbell.
How are you? Nice to meet you. Have a seat. We'll get started. Always fun being the last one, isn't it?
Well, it's lonely. Back, say.
Before we get started, I want to welcome you here and tell you what our procedure is going to be. We have 12 questions that we're going to be asking you, and we've allocated 45 minutes for that discussion. Mr. Fisher's going to give us a 30-minute sign and 45 minutes to kind of keep us on track so we don't get distracted. And at that end of that 12-question period, then we'll have 2 closeout questions for you. One will be, when would you be available if you're selected? The other would be if any of the board members have questions about the resume that you submitted. And then the final closing questions would be if you had any questions for the board or any disclosures, anything that you feel would be important to the board as we make our decision on this. So again, I want to welcome you. Do you want to bring some water in or anything, make you a little more comfortable?
I didn't have a glass, but it might be nice to have a glass of water.
Okay, why don't we can go get one. And with that, we're going to start with Dr. Jameson, and she's going to start with the questions. And I think Shauna will get you a little bit of bottled water, and we'll get started.
Thank you.
For the record, Florence Jameson, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Chair, Mr. Hoover, could you please describe your qualifications for this position and why you think you would be the best candidate for this job?
Right. First of all, I've been through my insurance career across a wide range of types of insurance. I think that the background of the general insurance background that I have, the specific background of purchasing insurance for my immediately prior company and working with an insurance plan as well in Europe. The way that I have followed with the medical community, the Affordable Care Act, and kind of the discussions that we've undertaken, I think, and the seminars that have attended with PIAA meetings and so forth, I think those have been really excellent background helpers. I think, though, that probably the most important reason why I feel compelled to pursue this job is the fact that I have an abiding belief that I can recognize and identify a lot of the problems that exist in here and work with people in the state of Nevada and the exchange and around the state to help get some of the problems solved and to drive better results for the exchange as the next enrollment period goes and future ones. One of the things I'd mentioned is I'm aware that enrollments were significantly lower than the exchange wanted to have them this year. There's part of the implementation plan of the long ongoing planning process anticipates that there will be more and more people using the exchange to enroll. I've talked to some of the constituents of the exchange over the past several days and probably 2 weeks since we started talking about having this interview. And there's a kind of, what do I say? There's some problems in their opinion about how well the exchange has performed and how well it's likely to. I think this group needs somebody that they can reach out to, somebody that will make himself available to the marketplace, and who will be reachable and accessible to that marketplace, and help reignite enthusiasm, or maybe ignite enthusiasm about getting the exchange up and running, getting the kind of enrollments that we want. I know that I can go out much as I did when in my prior job here in Nevada. I was all over the state. Brokers trusted me. When I said something, I knew I could deliver it. And I think that kind of presence is, I think, critical at this stage of the exchange, to actually come out into the insurance market and be a credible, I guess, healing influence on the things that went wrong for the past year. The last thing I'll say as respects to that is that organizationally, I've worked every single place I've worked since I started with AIG. You can see that on my resume. I've come into some level of a disaster or other. Things have been wrong, needed to be cleaned up, needed to be fixed. And it was kind of an interesting view that I took of myself when I was organizing my resume, to think, holy cow, I mean, I've really fixed up places, or moved them along in a way that was fairly consistent in each place I've gone to. So I think that's a very long answer to your question.
Thank you. Mr. Hubin, what would you say are the most important professional principles that you would use to conduct yourself as the executive director?
I would say communication with the board and understanding the board's requirements and latitude in managing a group is a very important thing. I believe that getting to the marketplace in recognizing the status of the exchange right now, getting back into the marketplace and reestablishing the exchange as a viable place for brokers that don't necessarily need to use the exchange, for the co-op, for all of the resources. I think that all of the suppliers of business, that has to be done. I think I will need to demonstrate and employ patient leadership skills, and I'll have to expand my horizons beyond the instant area of my own company, and make myself familiar with the agencies and so forth that are helping from elsewhere in the state, and the support that might be available as well from the community.
Thank you. You led us into the next question, talking about your leadership skills. Describe your leadership style. Please give us a specific example of how you have used this style to change organizational culture, build successful teams, and resolve serious long-standing conflicts.
Generally speaking, the first thing that I'll talk about the example with IND when I came out here to Nevada 6 years ago. We were in a free fall. The company had lost half its business. Market conditions were desperate. Prices were plummeting, and nobody was in control of anything. And what my contribution to that was, or my first steps were to ascertain all of the issues that I was responsible for. And it's similar in my views to what we'd be looking at here at the exchange. That means I was taking on responsibility for accounting, marketing, investment management, claims management was co-managed by one of my colleagues on the board. And but we were drawing all these in, and the other area that we had to bring in and rein in pretty carefully was underwriting. I think some of the best work I did in that place, after gathering all of what I needed to know and all the information I needed to move on, I think the probably the best thing I did, and it was pretty rewarding, was to get together with the underwriters and talk about, we need to be careful as how we deal with this business, how we underwrite it, how we price it, how we put it into play, and who we take on board. But we also need to bring business in. And I brought a couple of underwriters who were incredibly good at saying no to things that they were asked to do, business that they were asked to write. They were very good at that. And I brought them around to being much, much better at finding solutions for people's problems and so forth. So I think that's...
Thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Lynn Atkins has a few questions for you.
Sure.
Hello.
This job is going to involve a lot of pressure from stakeholders, which would include brokers, insurance carriers, legislators, consumers, and small businesses. How will you balance all of those competing forces?
I guess when I went into AIG, the first thing I realized when I sat down at my office in Los Angeles is I had stepped into a tornado. People hadn't heard of that company at that point, but gosh, it was amazing. And the tornado noise never stopped until I left AIG. Really, there were, I suppose, some calm moments at Christmas. So I think what I would see myself in that regard as a sort of a juggler. You have to establish priorities. I think that right now, the first place I would go would be to get together with the brokers and the business suppliers, any of the companies or any of the, for instance, the co-op or whatever, that are coming at this exchange. I would want to reestablish relationships with them. And my conversations with people around Nevada over the past week or so, people have kind of given up. I talked to one group where they do a fairly vibrant business of health and health services, and the response was, we just gave up. We couldn't get this done. One specific thing that they couldn't get done was they couldn't get their accreditation organized. They took the test, passed the test, and so forth, and they weren't able to get that somehow or another evolved into a formal accreditation by the exchange. And I heard that several places. But I think that's, to me, in the first piece of the puzzle that I'd start to pick up is to look at that piece. And I would say wouldn't envision the job in front of me as steps, but strokes. And so, if there's an issue of legislature, I think early on anyway, for the first 6 months of my tenure, the legislature's out of session. I imagine they may still look for some information and so forth, but I would expect that would intensify after the session comes up in January. I'd have to put into my mind that they're going to need attention, and I would say for every place that I've ever been, there have been contending demands from loads of different places, and in a way, You have to take them as they come. In another way, I may actually come back to yourselves here at the board and say, okay, I've got these guys after me here. I've got the legislature after me here, the insurance commissioner after me here, and I'm getting shot at straight in front of me. Help me understand where I should direct myself, and some of that I will accomplish by my own wit and understanding of what we're trying to do.
Thank you. The exchange is heavily dependent on good working relationships with many other state agencies, both elected and administrative. The exchange is also responsible to the state of Nevada for proper fiscal management. Please describe your knowledge and capabilities of getting business conducted within a government environment and describe your budget management experience.
I'll start with my budget management experience first. When I came to IND, one of the huge problems that I had is that the agency that was providing services and management of the company was considerably underwater. I sat down and pulled up really a 3-year pro forma budget of what we needed to produce for business, what all of the elements of our expenses were, and what we needed to do to get ourselves back home. In that instance, I did something that was rather extraordinary, and it was beneficial. It was scary for a little while. It was in a private company, so it was possible to do. But we actually took out a loan over my signature, and the company paid it back over the while. But that was, in my mind, that was, okay, we've got a budget. We're going to have to stick to the budget. And it was actually, in a way, that was an odd time where I was directing up to the board of directors. We all needed to understand how that was going to work, how we were going to continue to pay people in the company, the directors, what they were receiving for income and so forth. So that was an instance of that. In terms of dealing with the government, I guess probably 2 places I've really come heavily to intersect with the government. One time was back at AIG. There was a huge problem with many insurers in terms of working, providing proper information and reports and so forth on claims and the whole process of workers' compensation insurance to the state of California. At one point, within my underwriting scope, I was responsible for about $1 billion of work comp business, and we were getting fined. AIG was getting fined on that business because of inability to do proper premium audits and controls. They were getting fined at about $2.5 million a month. We were called out to deal with the government, to deal with the insurance commissioner in California, and he basically caused us to establish a plan and report pretty much daily on how that plan was going, as to how we were going to solve this problem. But he was not going to let.
Excuse me.
He wasn't going to let AIG buy its way out of the problem by paying fines. So that was one place. But that was not a place where I was using government resources, though. And I think the other time that was pretty intensive was the work that I did with lawyers for the insurance division and lawyers for a buying company, and our own lawyers, when we sold IND we converted IND, Independent Nevada Doctors Insurance Exchange. We converted that company from a reciprocal insurance exchange to a stock company, and eventually turned the proceeds from that transaction to these policyholders. But that was a real heavy interaction with the Division of Insurance here. Scott was quite helpful to us during that process as well.
Thank you. Can you please describe your legislative and media exposure experience? Please include positive and negative experiences and how you handle them.
I would say my experience with the legislator or politicians really began in Nevada. Apart from maybe finding somebody at a state fair or what have you, I really one wouldn't necessarily run across political officials. I've come to since coming to Nevada, I think one of the most fascinating things is the accessibility of the legislature and the federal delegation, congressional delegation. I've been appointed to a committee where it's working with kids on various projects by Senator Reed, and I've, as I say, probably more socially or more in kind of business social events, I've come to know many of the legislators and so forth that are around, that are sitting in office in the state now. I couldn't say that it would be wrong. I would be making it up if I told you that I've run into some problem. I guess the thing I'd say is that I find them to be all at once engaging, dedicated, and very definitely worthy of respect and attention to what they want to have, what they want to have accomplished, or what information they need. In terms of the media, it might be fair to say that I have hardly any experience with the media, but I guess due to some personal connections over the past couple of years, I've become known to the media, and I'm pretty comfortable with that. I think the way that I would regard that really is, in a similar way as I would talk to our business suppliers, the business suppliers of the exchange. I think they need to be dealt with in a straightforward way. You need to be, for instance, able to deliver with those guys, those folks, what you say you're going to do. But I think the similar thing with the media is you need to be disciplined in how you speak, and disciplined to make sure you're talking about things that are accurate and to the point. And I come to understand that there's really no need to get flustered by it.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnstone?
Thank you. Could you describe your experience with implementing large information technology systems and describe your role and responsibility?
Yes. There was a program that eventually turned into a huge, it started out as a spreadsheet and turned into a huge program within the AIG family. Specifically, we were doing programs that had to be evaluated with certain actuarial input. And I remember this was at the very beginning of my time at AIG, and I'll mark that as 1985. I was watching this group of people in an office that I was in charge of in San Francisco and another one in LA with, if you remember, these adding machines with long rolls of tape. And at the end of every day, these guys were working on a piece of paper with a sort of a spreadsheet piece of paper, or a matrix piece of paper. And running reels and reels and reels of adding machine tape, and I went and petitioned from the home office to let me have a computer, and I was able to get an IBM XT and get that piece of cease the use of adding machine tape. That over the next, it really was probably for the next 2 years, I was working practically every night to enhance and improve that program. It evolved to a spreadsheet application that included the actuarial factors that we were using. We used to have to find in the book. They were on the spreadsheet. They were the program was a Lotus 1-2-3 program, and it was programming. It was so we had the basic core cost of that was established. The basic core cost of the deals we were doing, and then the next piece was, okay, how do you work out how to turn that into premium? And so there was a whole calculation that was another part of the venue, and I worked that out and built that onto that loss rating system. And the last piece of it was the corporate accounting. It was these really obnoxious, we call it carbon paper worksheets that we had to fill out, and I organized the accounting format so that it would comply with what the folks were getting in New York, and nobody had to sit around and do 3 days worth of calculations on those sheets and then do them over when they were wrong. It was that easy. If there was a mistake made, you could get together with the accountants in New York, recognize quickly where the mistake was, and get that fixed. I did that for my group in California. At that time, we were in charge of about $200 million of casualty business, and then I got sent to New York, and my job changed from being overall director in Los Angeles or in California to being the national accounts underwriting manager. And we imported, or I guess I should say, imported or emigrated the program with me when I came into that job. And we worked with that Lotus environment for for about a year and a half. And we had, at this point, we're working on business. The division was growing immensely. And the sort of last part of that whole program, which I was involved with, was to work with the people from IT at AIG who hadn't shown their face up till that, by the way. But to work with those people and actually put that into a machine-based program and have that work for the company as a evaluation tool, an accounting tool, and the piece that was added onto it as it got machine-based was a policy issuance tool. That thing expanded over, I can't think of how many workers' compensation policies, and I can say that the premium, it was including general liability, workers' compensation, automobile, and directors and officers insurance, and that encompassed about $3 billion. It was a lot of policies, a lot of work that we had to do to get that done. And I was actually proud to see some output a few years ago that basically AIG are still using that same program that I developed with me.
Can you describe what's been the most difficult experience with the system implementation, what your role was, and how you handled it? along with what the outcome was.
Yeah, we right after I came here to Nevada, we were well, I was replacing in the leadership end of that company, Marsh Limited, who were the brokers that were assigned to run the attorney in fact, run the management company. And once we excised them, we had to build our own or organize our own IT program. We had to have our own system. We needed to go and get that done. We looked at a lot of really expensive systems, and we looked at some that were less expensive. I think we saw people that told us they could do anything for us, that they understood our business and so forth. And eventually, we got the program to sort of beta testing, and there were some problems in terms of getting the financial data from the policies to the accountants, and there were also some problems in the computer system putting out. One of the promises was that the computer system was going to put out the policies for us, and we were able to get the accounting issues sewed up and done well. And my solution, frankly, to the problem with policies, they never fixed that up. It was a task for us to issue our policies manually all the time. There were some things in the line of business and so forth that made it easier, but really the staff pulled together with me. We figured out that, we figured out we weren't going to get any more from the vendor, and so we took up arms and got it done ourselves.
The next question is, how do you see your role in managing the exchange vendors, and what would be your approach to problem escalation?
Yeah, thank you. I like that question a lot. My approach to managing the vendors, first of all, is to get to know who they are, what their functions are. And I think some of them come from outside, some of them come from around the state, and some of them are from the government, I think. What I would hope to do is to gain a very fast understanding of what the expectations were from each of the vendors, and then hold them to them. And have regular contact with whoever the vendor was in their particular area, and make sure that we were in contact regular enough that a reasonable level of expectation is being achieved. And really, I think, in terms of the strokes that I've talked about before, I think that's an important area that has to be watched all the time, even while being involved with the business suppliers and the other constituents that are involved. That piece just has to be managed. I followed from the outside, as you might guess, some of what happened with Xerox. It's perplexing to me that, for instance, that the Affordable Care Act could have been launched at October 1st, 2013 with such a kind of federal disaster. That was a surprise to me. And that seems to me to indicate that somebody really wasn't managing the steps along the way as closely as they should have been. That's just a judgment on my part. And the other thing that's perplexing to me, though, is that I believe it's correct that both the Connecticut and the Kentucky exchanges, who have been lauded in certain press accounts, there was a wonderful NPR article from Kevin Coulinan about what kind of way he set up his exchange. I understand that Xerox were involved with those two exchanges somehow. I'm not sure that that's true, but I believe that that was something that I encountered along the way of looking into what they do. But no matter who it is, if you get different people from a vendor in California than you might in New York, than you might someplace else, and that whoever you have to watch it. And maybe Cullinan was really good at watching. I would have no doubt actually that he was pretty good at watching his vendors.
Okay. And then my last question is, given Nevada's current situation of moving forward as a supported state-based exchange for 2014, while still managing the enrollment for 2015, while managing the current enrollment for 2014 with the existing system, what would be your priorities for the first 90 days on the job?
To understand exactly what all that meant, quite honestly. I've read through I've read through paperwork from the implementation program to the public consultants group writings and so forth. It was interesting to me to look at the I think the optimism that existed in the original implementation programs and this will be done and that'll be done and so forth. And this change that's happening as a supported exchange, I think, based on the optimism in the original implementation plan and my own maybe bullheaded stubbornness, I think we should be pushing to relieve ourselves from the federal assistance if that's possible. In other words, come back to being a state-run, fully functional exchange. That would be a goal that I really have. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Kipper, you have a couple of questions. We have two more questions and then two more follow-up questions.
Appreciate your being here today and your interest in the position. What is your specific experience in the field of individual and small business health insurance? And then describe your working knowledge of insurance rating principles, i.e. adverse selection, community rating, risk adjustments, and so forth.
Sure. I might try that, Commissioner, from the point of view of my experience with buying insurance for my group in Nevada. So we had gotten a great deal from Blue Cross Anthem. It was a good deal for the staff and so forth. And what I was at that point looking at was the roughest. The cost was important. The plan parameters. What I was trying to actually keep up with what Marsh McLennan had done for the employees that had now come to be my employees. I had a strange group. Among my group, which was a small group, we had some people who were, I would say, morbidly obese. We had a 64-year-old smoker, and he's probably spent a quarter of his day out smoking. And we had some other medical issues in that group. The first year we renewed it, they came up with a risk factor for the group. And they came at me like this. They said, okay, your rate is down. No, I'm sorry, the rate went way up, and the risk factor went down from like 160 to 120. But the rate went up by 40%. So we were at that point. I went to Guardian, and we ended up organizing our program through them, and it was on rates that were basically similar to what Blue Cross had charged the year before. In terms of adverse selection, that group was sort of selecting adversely against the pool. And there were a group of people that were older, or if they weren't older, they had some characteristics that were sort of unhealthy. And I understand the concept of adverse selection, and I have to appreciate, for instance, with the Guardian, that they basically took us on, roughly speaking, as if we were a better group than I think we get charged for. So you had a couple of other issues that you had asked about.
Just the issues around community rating, the risk adjustment corridor, and the issues around equalizing the premiums between carriers and so forth.
In terms of under the Affordable Care Act.
Affordable Care Act, yes.
I think that the Affordable Care Act does a lot of really remarkable things, and I think what balancing premiums and making them reasonably fair, reasonably level, subject to the middle tiers. I think that's a laudable objective, and I think that's important to getting people signed up. I listened to John Hager give a talk where he was talking about the base cost of the insurance programs, and if you had a bronze plan, it would cost you less and so. And he had, I don't think that he was that keen on the whole thing, really. But anyway, I think that spread with the benefits that they put into the program, and for instance, the lack of charge or the no copay arrangements for inoculations, office visits, and so forth. Those are I think I think that eventually there's going to be a balance between how those benefits of the programs work and how badly somebody's hurt by large deductibles. If people get care, preventative care, then I think that they can. That the tendency to go into the deductible should abate. But I don't think I'm coming close to your question.
You did it just fine. In implementing the Silver State Health Insurance Exchange as a new sector in the insurance marketplace is obviously a complicated endeavor. What role do you see the exchange playing in the state of Nevada?
Well, the role that's designated for the state exchanges is to be a way station for, I suppose, first of all, for people that are going to have to use Medicaid subsidies to pay their premiums. So that I think that covers a lot of people, a lot of the uninsured, for instance, in Nevada. It should be a convenient way station for people to come in to find something that they reckon they can afford and set up the purchase of it, so and all that. The other thing that is more interesting is the small business health option programs, and I guess looking at what the plans are or were for the exchange, in 2016 or so, we'd be looking to take on groups larger than 100. I take some recognition that there's a lot of brokers who are already placing business directly with carriers who would be placing qualified healthcare programs with carriers that we were also using in the exchange, and so in some of my conversation over the past several days with local brokers here in Nevada, they like the idea of an exchange. It's interesting to me that it serves a function for them, and it's part of the reason why I'd say I'd be optimistic that there's a way forward and a place for the exchange over time. At first, when I read, I think it was in one of the implementation plans, or I forget now, with all the papers that I've read, we were talking about the writing was about expanding business beyond necessarily the uninsured, and I thought, wow, that's really optimistic. That's really. But listening to some of the people who are doing this business around the state of Nevada, they'd like to have the exchange in a viable and working format.
I have two closing questions for you. If you were selected to be the finalist in today's interview process, when would you be available to start the position?
Sometime after the 6th of July, so 4th of July weekend.
And then I'm going to ask board members if they have any questions regarding your resume. Ms. Kerr, are you still on the line?
I am online and I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. And then lastly, do you have any questions or disclosures or anything that you would like to discuss with the board so that it'll assist us in our evaluation process?
I have no disclosure to make. I think that there's information that was swapped back and forth with Leanne Rest of Easton, and I think that is a pretty good picture of my background and so forth. I guess a question that it's a funny question maybe to ask in a public interview, but I'm going to give it a kind of a shot anyway. And say, okay, so I listened to John speak at a Rotary meeting in January, I think it was. Why did he leave that position?
I think that's a human resource question, personnel question that's probably not discussed in a public forum.
Fair enough. Yeah, as I say, it would be a question that in a sort of more private or cozy environment to just understand what happened there and so forth. I withdraw the question and in recognition of the environment. Yeah.
I think personnel questions stay within a personnel context. So, anyway, time's up. All right. Well, thank you very much for showing an interest in the position. We're going to close the interview process now. And Ms. Easton, do you want to help Mr. Huban back to the candidate room? And we'll enter into our discussions now.
Thank you. Thank you all very
Okay,
much.
thank
Appreciate it.
you.
I suppose I'll have one more.
Get a sugar fix here. All right, do we have any discussion or comments on Mr. Huban? I'll go ahead and start again, if that's all right with the board. I think he comes across as a very thoughtful man. It appears to me that he has much more private sector than any experience with government agencies, or legislative experience that I think is an important factor in a new executive director. Anybody else with any comments? Ms. Kerr, you can jump in too.
Lawrence Jameson for the record. Although IT, we hope in the future will not be a big issue, we still just, until we have something running up and running well, it's still got to be a major consideration in whoever we hire. And his example of his largest IT experience was pretty limited.
I agree. I think he's been very, very successful in the private sector. I mean, that's obvious from his resume. But I think the level of what we're looking for probably lies more with the combination of the first two candidates than the third.
Yeah, I think he's got some fair operational management experience, trying to get things to work more smoothly within the business environment. But the large system example was, as you say, pretty limited. And not as much experience, if we're going to look at the insurance side of things, not as much individual insurance as maybe the first candidate. And clearly, most of our customers are individual buyers. So the insurance background, while helpful, I don't know if it comes into play as much as it did in his other role. But I agree, it seems very thoughtful, and obviously you can't deny the amount of effort that he's obviously put into looking into this job and thinking about it.
And he's expressed an interest in it since the day we opened the position up, so he was one of the first candidates.
Florence Jameson, I do think that he does have a lot of skills, such as the ability to evaluate a situation and create a good plan to go forward. And I think that some of his ideas about the exchange and where it's going, I think were good. But you say, I think he was extremely, perhaps more than the others, put a lot of time into understanding us as an entity, our history, and wanting to be part of us moving forward. However, I am just concerned again about the not so much management skills. I think he'd be excellent in communication, a good listener, understanding, and make a good plan. But I'm concerned about, as you pointed out, the individual insurance person that we handle and the IT experience.
This is Lavon Lewis, and I think he has substantial insurance experience based on the information working for a very large, insurance organization like AIG. I think that while his individual insurance experience may be limited, I don't think that would be much of a hindrance if he's got overall insurance background. And I don't want to keep thinking of this as an IT job, because I recognize that once we get a system, in place that works, and I doubt seriously if the executive director is going to be involved in the actual, implementation, other than overseeing and assuring that all of the timelines and responsibilities that are associated with the system are met. They aren't going to have much to do with the programming of the system. I think that he comes with a reasonable amount of experience, and he's certainly very thoughtful and has given, it seems, a lot of thought to the position.
I might say that I think we really need to decide what it is that we want. Do we want a project manager? Do we want a leader? Do you want somebody who can talk the insurance talk? Or, what is the priorities of what we need? And I think I think we've done a pretty good job today of identifying what that should be, and that will help us filter this. But it strikes me that we need somebody who can certainly lead projects, motivate staff, and also do a fair amount of communication and interaction with the stakeholders on a very positive level.
So,
Lily, sir,
helps
can I
me.
jump in?
Yes, please.
Sure.
I think that the last candidate did not have IT experience to be able to ferret out any challenges that the exchange might be facing and or help staff with understanding if an issue came up, and I'm sure there will. Certainly you don't expect the executive director to be solving the problems and coding it themselves, but they need to have the appropriate IT experience to understand the problems. And the last candidate just didn't. His IT experience is like 20 years old, and so that just doesn't work. In terms of the insurance terminology and understanding it, we have sufficient staff and wonderful help from DOI and other agencies to educate personnel. It's not, it certainly is not they're not easy concepts to grasp, but an intelligent person can grasp them. But to have no experience other than I bought my own insurance at all with the insurance marketplace in Nevada, I think it would be difficult. So, if I were to rank the candidates, I would say Hawes 1, Gilbert 2, and the last candidate 3. I thought that, he might have a role if we had something for like a PR person or somebody whose job it was to go out and get people together, get the stakeholders together to get interested in the exchange. If it was that type of position, certainly. But I think that's not what we need right at this moment. What we need is somebody with a strong IT background who can help us solve the problems of integrating all of these systems. So those are my thoughts.
So this is Lynn Atkins, for the record. It helped me kind of seeing all three and thinking about what Commissioner Kipper said and just discussing this and kind of what our needs are. I think I land somewhere different. I think I kind of land that we need a leader, we need a visionary, we need a manager, we need somebody who's going to take this exchange to the next level. And I think I'm just less concerned that it is somebody that has all of this IT experience. I think that is a critical issue right now, but I think a leader, somebody really strong, can manage that. So I know I was hemming and hawing after the first one. This kind of helped me, and I would actually rank them Mr. Gilbert, Mr. Hawes, and Mr. Huban.
Okay, I'm with you.
I think Mr. Haas really has the technical expertise that we're looking for. And I think we do focus on that right now because that's what we're struggling with. At some point in time, we won't be struggling with that, I hope. And the more that he interviewed, the more I saw him going down into the technical aspects of IT. And his passion for the current job that he has right now, I think demonstrates that's where his love and work is. I think you need to have a manager that respects it, understands it, and yet brings some of the other manager skills to the table as well. I really do wish we could combine the two gentlemen. I wish that we had a face-to-face with Mr. Gilbert. I'm not sure if we could, if he ends up being a tie or a number one, that it be conditioned on a personal interview with him and Miss Easton, maybe you can help us through that process. I do think when you're Skyping and everybody else is personal, you're at a disadvantage, and people know that when you get started in the process.
Absolutely. The board is, it's up to the board. You can certainly vote to have second interviews, and Mr. Gilbert would be required to come here, and as you stated before, we pay the expenses. And I'm sure that if it was a second interview, he would probably be able to do that, and you could just hold a second interview and live person, and not a problem at all.
Madam Chairman,
But you'd have to vote on that today.
that would require going through everyone having a second interview?
No,
Just
no. You would narrow it down. You'd take a vote, narrow it down to the top two, and vote to have a second personal interview.
And I don't know, I just want to put those options out, but I do think we need to move quickly through this process. I mean, everybody's had the same question. They know what we're focusing on. Maybe second time interview people aren't quite as nervous as they are first time because they've been through the process. And I hate to ask people to do it. It's got to be very uncomfortable. But I go back to what the board's concern was a little bit earlier. I think the timing is off for Mr. Haas. I think that if this was 6 months out and his project was up and going, he'd be jumping upside down to be here. But
I think the timing is off, and I also think that we're gonna get through this IT problem at some point, 6 months, 9 months, a year. Will he still have the same enthusiasm?
Well, we potentially have 2 conversions going on in the next 24 months, 18 months.
That's a lot of IT.
That's a lot of IT.
A lot of IT. A lot of IT.
Steve, do you want to change your mind?
Why not?
We have 1 or 2. We have 1 or 2. We for sure have 1 and we may have 2.
okay.
Do we have?
I do think we need to make a decision on what we want to do. But
I think it would, so if I can, I mean, I don't know how, I haven't heard from everyone else either, so I'm not sure where everyone else is unless everyone else, but I think it would be great if we could get Mr. Gilbert here, do an in-person interview, an in-person second interview for both, and have Dr. Ford here too. Like, I think there's that component but again, I don't know timing, if we could get that done next week or, because yes, this needs to be done, but it also needs to be done right. No, I need the right person.
And I agree. I would say we've done everything to try and accommodate Dr. Ford on her schedule, but she's got so many sick patients. She intended to be here today, and last minute she said it was just too hard to reschedule all of her patients. So
It would have to be in the regularly scheduled.
yeah, and I think if we want to put it off till July 12th, but I think that then puts other things.
I guess the question is, does this group feel it would be, so assuming Dr. Ford couldn't come anyway, would this group feel it would be helpful in the determination of having Mr. Gilbert here in person? So I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how everyone else is feeling.
Well, it may be that you've got enough people here that feel that Mr. Haas is, and I don't think there's anything wrong with the split vote. I can be supportive of either gentleman, either one. It's, just right now it's looking at the paper and listening to the interview.
Madam Chairman, are we allowed to understand better, you guys may know, why Gilbert wasn't able to come the first time? Was it just a personal choice? He just, or it was a bad timing?
I can address that. Mr. Gilbert told me that he has an elderly father-in-law that that's not doing well, and so he wanted to be there for that, and then he also had personal or professional commitments that he was trying to work around at the same time. So he said it was just between those two, it was really difficult.
Did he say if it had been on a different date, he would have been able to manage it?
There was just,
I don't
soon,
think the
it was a week
question
out,
was
we didn't
asked.
ask that question, so.
It was only a week, we only gave
We only gave him a week's notice.
Would that be a follow-up question? If we asked him if he could come out, again, I'm just throwing out ideas, come out next week, if that's something he would be able to juggle or not, and for us to know that?
We could certainly.
Because I'm a little concerned, I would be a little concerned as well about not coming, being able to come at all, I mean.
Right, yeah. We can re-Skype him and ask him those questions, or we can just call him.
I would say I'd like to re-Skype him and see his response if he's really quick to come and see us. If he's eager and enthusiastic, I would like to know that.
Do you want me to show Athena to re-Skype? And then I'll call Mr. Gilbert. Is that what we're going to do right now? You're gonna re-Skype him right now and ask him these questions? Okay.
Could I ask Mr. Kipper what his feeling was about Mr. Rubin's insurance experience, if he thought it was quite helpful?
I think operational, his background was terrific, but it didn't really deal with the specifics of health insurance as much as it was risk management, identification of risk, underwriting, and so forth. So where it's really good. Didn't get a chance to pull the health stuff out.
Okay, all right. He's getting online right now, so let's kind of hold off on any discussions of any candidates while we get him online.
Who do we need back? Do we need Steve back? No, I think we've got him.
Here he is.
Hello, Mr. Gilbert, how are you? We can't hear you yet. Athena, do you want to see if you can adjust the volume, please?
It's Melissa.
Okay.
Oh, it's Melissa?
Yeah, how's this? Is this better?
Much better, thank you. Mr. Gilbert, the board was very pleased with your interview, but felt that you were at a disadvantage because of the Skype. And we wanted to know if we were able to bring you out to Nevada next week. Would you be able to accommodate a flight schedule to have a personal interview?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure that I could.
Okay. Does that answer the board? Do you have any other questions for Mr. Gilbert then? No. All right. We're in the middle of a discussion right now on having you and one other candidate do personal interviews with us. So we just needed to know your availability.
Yeah,
so
this was a rather tough week. My father-in-law had some doctor's appointments I couldn't move. Next week, I have a little more flexibility.
Okay. Is there any day that, well, let's see. Let me just, if we were to have this and notice tomorrow, what's the soonest that we could have a meeting?
Wednesday would be the earliest.
Okay, Wednesday would be the earliest, be Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday of next week.
Okay. I don't know that I have a preference. Thursday would probably give me an extra day to prepare, but obviously whatever the board thinks is appropriate, I'll be more than happy to deal with.
Well, we're juggling with a few schedules right here too, because staff is going to be back in Washington, D.C. as well. So let us try and see what the mechanics and logistics are going to be. We just wanted to know if you would be available to fly out for a personal interview.
Yes, ma'am, it wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate your staying by the phone so we could do a few follow-up questions. We can
Not
go
a
ahead and,
problem. Thank
we
you
can go
so
ahead
much.
and,
I'll be here.
okay, we can go ahead and sign off now. Thank you.
Oh, I forgot that you guys are all of you gonna be?
Friday, she said someone could be here.
My flight gets back in at 10 o'clock on Friday morning, so I can be here.
If everything goes well.
Yeah.
If it goes I got here actually early on the last flight because nobody else
we
wants
have-
to get up that early.
Not every staff member's going.
So
I get
all
the
of
executive team.
The executive team. Athena will be in the office and so will Melissa. So I mean, and if we only have it in one location again, then actually you don't need any staff in the north. And
True.
we could have, again, we could have somebody fly down and open up the office or do all that, or give you my keys, Lynn, and you could open up.
I move that we do second live interviews next week, whenever we can schedule them.
I
That's-
second the motion.
With the two candidates, I'm sorry, with
Two candidates.
Mr. Gilbert and Mr. Haas.
I second the motion
Okay.
that we have a live interview with
Any-
Mr. Gilbert and Mr. Hunts.
Any further discussion? Ms. Johnstone? So, Ms. Kerr, any discussion?
No, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. I'm sorry, I must be getting tired too. Motion carries.
Yeah, I just don't think Mr. Gilbert had a good opportunity to come across well on that Skype.
Let's tentatively plan for next Friday then.
That'd be great.
What time?
I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Friday. I can do it
One,
anytime Friday.
1:30?
27th we're talking about, right?
Yes, 27th.
I'm available the whole day, shockingly. So I can do anything.
We can see if Dr. Ford is free in the afternoon, maybe with a Friday afternoon.
That's okay. I think that's all I have that day. Me too.
All right, so we made partial decision. We're halfway there. Okay. Ms. Easton, you're okay with everything? Is there anything else that we need to do? We need to just, one candidate knows, the other two need to know what's
Right, and
what's happening. So, and then, I don't think there's Go
so
ahead.
much. I'll be here.
Okay, we can go ahead and sign off now. Thank you.
Oh, I forgot that you guys are all of you gonna be?
Friday, she said someone would be here.
My flight gets back in at 10 o'clock on Friday morning, so I can be here.
If everything goes well.
Yeah.
If it
That's
goes
what I did. I got here actually early on the last flight because nobody else
we
wants
have-
to get up that early.
Not every staff member's going.
So
I get
all
the
of
executive team.
The executive team. Athena will be
Yeah.
in the office, and so will Melissa. So I mean, and if we only have it in one location again, then actually you don't need any staff in the north, and
True.
we could have. Again, we could have somebody fly down and open up the office or do all that, or, I'll give you my keys, Lynn, and you can open up.
I move that we do second live interviews next week, whenever we can schedule them.
I second the motion.
With the two candidates, I'm sorry, with
Two candidates.
Mr. Gilbert and Mr. Hawes.
I second the motion.
Okay.
That we have a live interview with
Any-
Mr. Gilbert and Mr. Hunts.
Any further discussion? Ms. Johnstone? So, Ms. Kerr, any discussion?
No, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. I'm sorry, I must be getting tired too. Motion carries.
Yeah, I just don't think Mr. Gilbert had a good opportunity to come across well on that Skype.
Let's tentatively plan for next Friday then.
That'd be great.
What time?
I would appreciate that.
Uh,
Yeah.
I can do it
One,
anytime Friday.
1:30?
27th we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Next 27th? I'm available the whole day, shockingly. So I can take
Okay, we can see if Dr. Ford is free in the afternoon, maybe with a Friday afternoon. That's an idea.
I think that's all I have that day. Me too.
All right, so we made a partial decision. We're halfway there. Okay. Ms. Easton, you're okay with everything? Is there anything else that we need to do? We need to just, one candidate knows, the other two need to know what's
Right, and
what's happening, so. And then, I don't think there's else that we can do with this item right now, so we need to go to public comment. Do we have any public comment here? All right, well, we can go ahead and adjourn the meeting and watch for a noticing for next Friday then.
I'm excited we're down to the last two. They're both excellent.
All of them were excellent.
I just think it's really difficult to demonstrate really a lot of stuff.